So I don't, you can't hear this, but the people online should. And the volume is, that's okay. I'm gonna need some feedback. Interesting. Maybe the microphone's broken. I'll have to go throw this away and grab another one. Sorry, everyone. It has been knocked around a lot. I'm still in control room. Hold on.
Testing 1, 2, 3. Test, test. Well, that's flipping now. Not so low. Maybe there. Why am I not getting it? You should be good on green.
Okay, check, 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 check. So you will be. It will happen.
Are you hearing anything out of that speaker from me?
No. No, nothing.
Test
Nothing at
1,
all.
2, 3. Mute.
Yeah, nothing. Not yet. It'll get there. The electrons travel slowly.
Testing 1, 2, 3. Test, test, test. Why? Okay. Testing 1, 2, 3. Test, 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 test. Are you hearing anything, Robert?
Now we are.
Yeah. I don't know where that came from. That just popped up this morning.
It's always fun.
Not those.
Technology is fun.
Not that.
Until it doesn't work.
I don't know where it's coming from. Testing 1, 2, 3. Test, test, test. Okay. So now I've got audio, but something got pressed. I don't know what's going on, everyone. This was way, way louder yesterday. That sucks. Okay. And I can't.
Yeah. Yeah.
Okay.
When the monitor goes off, yeah. Well, yeah, you could.
I heard Brian.
Forsaking old reliable, huh?
Turn that off. Am I coming out of that speaker now?
Yeah.
Okay.
Yep, you're good.
Yeah, and I can raise this so people can hear. Go ahead, Brian.
Okay, is that working? No, I don't hear it yet. Does anybody hear that signal? Any signal from, there we go. There we
Dude.
go.
Dude,
That works.
I don't know.
That works. Okay.
Yesterday, that pot,
Yeah.
when it was here, zero's here. When it was here, it's perfect. Today, this morning, I'm here.
Oh, gosh.
I have no idea what changed.
It's the guys in the trailer park next door that have plugged into the main feed.
Must be.
Must be.
I'll figure this out.
Oh, sure.
I don't know what the heck's going on with that.
My mother. Yeah.
How's that?
High five.
Any good? 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8, 9, 10. 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8, 9, 10.
Yeah.
1, 2. Amiga forever.
Yep, you're good.
Amiga forever. Hey, good. Yes.
Top button to mute.
I feel official, man.
Turn mine on and then.
Top button to me. Okay. So, wait, you can hear me. Okay. You can, well, I know you can. What's his name? Nick? Marshall. Can you hear me out of that speaker? Yeah. You can? Is it good? Okay. There's a little bit of background noise. It's probably impacting us more. We can turn that up if you want to. The uppermost knob, just like 2 or 3 picks to get that going.
We should be ready to go. And let me double check the levels here. Testing 1, 2, 3. Test, test. Yeah. Okay. Let me, okay. Go.
All right. Good morning and welcome to AmiWest 2023, presented by the Sacramento Amiga Computer Club. It is great to be here. It's especially great for me because I wasn't here last year. It's the only show I've ever missed in 26 of them. And I was pretty much deathly ill, but that's all gone. And it's really nice to be here, see everybody, to really renew old acquaintance and see everybody's smiling faces. It's great compared to what was happening last year for me at this time. My name is Brian Deneen. I'm the president of the Sacramento Amiga Computer Club for the last 26 years. And it's something that, thank you.
Brian, you don't look that old.
I know. But I'm certainly more than 26. So it's great to see everybody here. I'd like to thank the people who have made this possible. First of all, the Sacramento Amiga Computer Club members, who are our volunteer staff and who have been hitting this thing hard for the last year. So if you've ever done a show or any sort of gathering, you know what kind of detail that is. And if you haven't, don't try. It's not a good thing unless you really want to. We've been doing it now for 26 years, and this is the 26th AmiWest. Thank you for all of the effort from especially Bill Borsari and Jerry Gray, Brian Carpignano, and Chris Nelson. They have been the lead team this year. I have stepped back a step, and they have been the lead team. So it's really great to have them here and doing this. Our financial sponsors are always important. A-Eon Technologies in the form of Trevor Dickinson is here and Matthew Lehman is here. Amiga on the Lake from New York is also sponsoring us financially. And Cloanto Amiga Forever is also sponsoring us with download codes. And then we have our raffle with prizes and with all kinds of other stuff. So you can see this is really a group community effort, and it's great to see everybody here. Yes, exactly. So our first, and throughout the day, there will be, Chris Nelson asked me to announce that there are donuts right behind this curtain, and they're $2 a whack. He's not making any money on it. He's making, just picked them up and brought them. There's 3 boxes from Krispy Kreme, by the way. Right. So this is a custom printed prize that was actually created by Josh Gray, right? Yes, Jerry's son. And he's done all the work on it. And this is the grand prize, I believe, yes, for the game competition. So make sure to report to the game competition table and play your heart out. This is what you're going to win. And there's more. Oh, my. A miniature one. I love it.
For those of you who play Dungeons and Dragons, this is your miniature for your next campaign.
That's great. That's really great.
Friends let you play with this.
Yeah. Fantastic. Okay, all right. So we have AmiWest cards and the Cloanto Amiga Forever 10 license, free download. The Plus version is on the back of that card, and so you can download that for free just because you're here. Yes.
Here I'm at the print table, the sales table, the games table, and I'm going to be throwing them around the room.
Yeah, and so be sure to shake Michael Badalato's hand. He's here today, and has done all that work on Amiga Forever, almost forever. So it's really great to see all this participation, and it's taken a lot of people, a lot of time, effort, and energy to get here to do things. So we really appreciate everyone. Anything else?
Raffle is a little different this year.
You want the mic?
Oh, yes, to the mic.
Okay.
There we go. The raffle's a little different this year. One of the things that we were worried about is people winning prizes they couldn't use or didn't want. So there's a pegboard over there with little baggies hanging from it, and there's a baggie for each prize. So when you buy your tickets, you can put the tickets into the prizes that you want to win. So you don't have a big box Amiga, but you've got a 1200, put it in the Pi Storm Light.
This is a new feature this year. So it's really great to see all the effort and energy that's gone into that too. So thank you, Jerry. Appreciate it very much. So if you have any questions, Chris and Jerry and Bill and where's my other guy? And I really appreciate it. I'm glad they're there to pick up the ball and carry it. And not only have they carried it, but they passed a lot of it downfield and made a lot of field long passes that have been completed and a lot of touchdowns made if you're a football fan. Anyway, I think our first speaker, and I hear rumblings in the speakers, but I don't know whether we're still exploring that or not. Apparently we are, but I'll hold the floor here for a minute. Are we ready for Trevor? Okay. Are we ever ready for Trevor?
Well, I just wanted to. Can you guys? Yeah, you can hear me. Okay.
Oh yeah, go ahead.
Yeah. I just wanted to thank Brian. He's our movie star this year because he came out of his trailer for the show. But I mean, as you said, Jerry has done a tremendous job of organizing the DevCon. Thank you for that. The show. I mean, Jerry's making it happen. So give him a hug so he does it next year. Lots of love going to Jerry because we don't want him to rage quit or burn out. Chris Nelson is also, as I'm saying, super helpful. We appreciate you jumping into the steering committee and helping us do it. In the beginning, he's like, I don't know how I can help you. And he did all the table graph online. It's taking submissions and updates. George, our buddy George, Canos, thank you, and a few other folks, and they asked for feedback. So go visit the site if you haven't seen it in a while. If you have suggestions for improvements, send them on in. And hopefully we can keep that going and have a whole bunch of new hardware to put on there for compatibility with the table as stuff moves forward. There's also a guy here who's not on the show floor, Dan. We kind of crammed him in on the table that's listed as Bill, to me, CD32-1200. Dan's a game developer. He's at the development, the DevCon yesterday. Check out his work. Really, really fantastic for the classic. I don't know if you've seen it. You got to go see this. It's beautiful. So let's hand it off to Trevor. Okay?
Okay.
Sounds good.
Steve?
Trevor Dickinson of A-Eon Technologies, news and announcements.
Okay. Yeah. Thank you. Technology. I've visited every show since 2010, apart from 3 years. But I produced videos for the show, so at least you got to see my ugly face and hear about what I was talking about. However, this year I want to start with story time, so just bear with me. Go back to 2010, the first Amiga-focused show, AmiWest show that I attended to introduce the Amiga 1 X1000, the first public showing in the USA. Okay, the first. It took another 2 years before the commercial machine was out. By the time the commercial machine was out, in the X1000, and those CPUs cost $5. And then when Apple bought PA Semi, they were picked up. The CPUs were picked up by a holder in Florida, and the price went up to about $1,000. So we made this plan to create a new Amiga 1 computer, and the CPU. We'll make as many X1000s as we can, because we had a big back order. But it wasn't a long-term solution. We thought about which from their P series. They had 10-year guaranteed life. They looked like we could get them. The prices were still expensive, but not as expensive as the PA Semi CPU. I'll just adjust this a bit, it keeps falling down. Okay, so CPUs. So a dual core 64-bit running at 2.2 gigahertz supposedly, and there was a P3041, again dual core 32-bit CPU running at 1.5 gigahertz. So we thought, and did a really good job. So we used them for science to create a design. And I think it was in how price rise in $1,000, and at the same time, the quad running at 2.4 gigahertz, supposedly 64-bit. So we thought, well, the CPU, but it was supposed to be a lot less expensive. Supposed to be. So we signed a contract for 500 Cyrus motherboards. And it was going to be cheaper than the X1000. Cheaper, less expensive. I shouldn't say cheaper, I mean less expensive. Because the X1000 instead. And so now and all very minor, Richie. That's okay.
You're good now?
Yep. You can go on now. The 5020s really weren't out either. They were early versions of them. Freescale reduced the speed of CPUs that were released anyway, so the 5020 was dropped to 2 megahertz and the 5040 was dropped to 2.2. So we dropped the 3500 because the price of the 3041 was not so different from the P5020. So these things happen all the time, I guess. But we wanted to, and so Varus has suggested, having reviewed that maybe the P1022 running at 1.2 gigahertz dual core with a special SPE FPU would be, they could make something that they thought they could make for about a third of the price of the Cyrus. So we paid some more money. It was all money out at this stage, right? All money out. We signed a contract for 1,000 motherboards, which got the price down, and we prepaid for CPUs because we were CPU prices. And the board name. So this was in the book. The X1000 is Nemo, Captain Nemo, and the Cyrus one, just for information, is. Okay. Next one. So, the first 10 books, Hyperion Entertainment to port OS 4. Now that's September 2014, right? And I have to say that the name for this new Amiga 1 computer was going to be the A1222. It had the P1022 CPU, so we used the 22, and Matthew Lehman's favorite computer. And for a number of years, they ran 24/7, just creating Debian SPE packages. And there's the first version 1.1, Rev 1.1. Do you want to give me a... Is it in?
Pardon us while you resolve these technical difficulties. Yeah, I mean, these are junk. It doesn't even like clip in properly.
Okay.
I put it, yeah, this is a good side. But
Okay, I'll put it in my pocket, that's all I'll do.
is it?
So following the Commodore tradition, and this one was Topaz. I loved it because Topaz is Amiga font, and Topaz are the B-52 song title. So for me, it was a double. Fortunately, we have a very dedicated, active core Linux support team who work non-stop. They're like machines. And Christian Zagotsky quickly had a Debian PowerPC, the SPE version running on the A1222. This one's actually running EUAE and AmigaOS 3.9. You know, art. What is it? Reality and art, imitation reality, imitation art? I don't know. You can make it up for yourself. But there you are. Classic Amiga emulated under Linux on the A1222, and it ran very well. Yeah. Now, you see the date? November 2016. So September 2016. Now it's November 2016, and the first produced. And a developer pre-release version for of the ISO was produced in the following January. So during this period, there were some issues with Hyperion, you might remember. Bankruptcies that weren't bankruptcies, and things going on behind the scenes. So the evolution of OS 4 for the A1222 was very slow, as was the evolution of OS 4 for the X5000. Over this period, you know, because of the special SPE FPU, I commissioned one of the core OS 4 developers, Thomas Frieden, to create a load time emulator to improve commands used. And generally, it's worked out okay. Onboard Ethernet drive with the X1000, we've got all. And we used an Ethernet card. We had a driver, but was never ever reliable. Worked really well under Linux, but on OS 4 it was never reliable. So we were keen that this board would have all the drivers ready when we launched. So it has onboard Ethernet. The original driver was developed by Rennie Olsen, OS 4 developer, and later Jamie Kruger also developed, Hazelwood and others, with assistance from people like Steve and others, and that is up and running now and generally works okay. Yeah. So then if you don't know the story of A-Eon, and you haven't X5000s on the X5000, so we couldn't sell commercial systems. Same went for the A1222. We had about 400 motherboards in a room, and I could see 1,000 table boards coming in well, which also had to be paid for. Fortunately, we were able to renegotiate with military equipment, as Amiga's not really in their field. We managed to negotiate a contract where we took over the license for manufacturing in-house. So we worked on over the contract, and a few of the components had gone obsolete. Surprise, surprise. So we had to reevaluate the design, make sure we got all the components available. We announced an early adopter run at the end of 2019 to build 110 boards. We offered early adopter packs. You could buy a pack, get a whole bunch of stuff. Matthew hates taking advance payments. He likes to actually provide something. So the early adopter packs were a fully featured pack. You could buy it, and that would give you a right to be a first refusal when they came out. And then, we all know what happened then. COVID hit. Supply. A1222, which I thought was quite good. It wasn't from the mark, it was from A1222. That's the only, I think, right? Please. However, having done that, we managed to get A-Cube managed to get it was really difficult getting manufacturers. No one wanted to touch small volume manufacturing, and by small volume I mean 1,000. You know, get 1,000. So fortunately, A-Cube were able to a company called Mass Electronica in Italy. They produced 2 version 1.3 motherboards. There it is. There's the first one, and it surprisingly worked. It was I was really pleased, and it was on the eve of AmiWest 2021 that I saw the first OS4 running on the 1.3 motherboard. The Tabor name be dropped, so don't call it Tabor anymore. Sorry, it's the A1222 Plus. Why is it a plus? Because it's got a few extra things on the board from manufacturing. So. But the fallout from COVID-19, and anyone that's involved in manufacturing knows this, led to worldwide shortages, manufacturing costs skyrocketing for small volume manufacturing, 300% increase. One component on the board, which cost $6.83, was offered for sale at $420, or you could wait a year. So against this backdrop of trying to find a way of manufacturing, it was really difficult, and I'm really pleased that A-Cube, Matthew worked together to try and find the component parts to actually build the boards. We created a three-way collaboration. It was A-Cube, A-Eon, and the company technology. You've probably heard me talk about AAA. I think Paul, some of that this morning, I'm looking at him, you know, he's had some AAA Amiga fun last night, I think. A-Eon Amiga kit. And we put this in place for 2 reasons. One, Brexit. Brits can't sell to Europe. They didn't. So distributor for our products. So AAA Technology is a distributor for A-Eon's products. There's not 3 companies all taking a piece of the action. It's just one company, AAA Technology. Not that. It paid for. And not only that, AAA Technology has secured licenses from Hyperion. They are full price licenses, not the cheap ones you see for sale. Replacement licenses. So this. What's even better, we have a really the X1000, the X5000, and the silly fella decided to agree to do it again for the A1222. So thank you, Steve. I really appreciate that. A1222. There's never really been an official ISO, has there? Really? But they're working together with L22. He's written some excellent articles. He's got a fantastic wiki up on the A1222, and if you want to see one running, he's got it on his tiny little box on his desk. So thanks, LD, and he continues to prompt and support developers to help get games, programs running on the A1222. And of course, thank you. And this is a photograph I took at Amiga Germany. Game Hurricane, created by, ported by Who Knew PowerPC, running on the A1202, and I just saw this little kid running it, and I thought, not only is he better than me, because I couldn't do it, he was doing a game. I thought it was great to see. But of course, the A-Eon's not just about the A1222, and I've made comments about the Amiga 1 X5000. The X5000 20 version is fully sold out. All X5000 40 versions, and we have more ordered because, fortunately, a really nice machine. Although I have to admit, I haven't been involved in the X1000. When I got my X5000, I hated it first. I can say that because because it didn't. 2015-16, we didn't really get a working ISO. If you want to taste what OS4 feels like on a fairly powerful PC, then the A1222 might be the one for you. So complete systems are available from AAA Technology with a full OS 4.1 license, which again is not the cheap license you see on show.
Is that 2.2 megahertz?
Yeah. Yeah, it's full now. Supports the mainstream Linux kernel. Thanks to our crazy core Linux developers, they make sure they're all supported. And it also runs Casey Collins, lots of PowerPC versions to be honest, but Casey Collins Phoenix Linux 6.01, it runs it really well. It's out of the box, you put it out of the box, everything works out of the box. It's really nice, I like that one. And just to prove it, we can see just before I left New Zealand a couple of weeks back on my machine, just to show it's all running. It's really good. We've got a new version. If you're an enhancer customer, that's a free upgrade. Okay. It's also compatible with the A1222. A little demo. Emulation of the OS4 for the Pegasus, running under Now, I have to ask LD. We had a discussion. Is it QEMU or QEMU? You don't mind, okay. Is it Core or Corrig?
No, it's Corey.
Thank you. It provides 32-bit display support. It's high resolution. It's pretty fast. And VirtIO, that's working pretty well, but it's still working good. There's a screen mode, 24-bit. It's a Pegasus running on a PC. There's emulation, a QEMU, Pegasus 2 running OS 4.1, and there's the display bridge shown. The PCI display controller is shown there, running in Ranger. If you don't What does that mean? Well, it means we've got 32-bit screen modes. We've got a hardware accelerated mouse pointer, monitor, it automatically detects monitors. It's high resolution. It's fast. No need to emulate hardware registers. We're working on decoding hardware acceleration, so that's 3D video. Version 5.5 has just been released, and it's very usable as is. So we'll probably be asking for some beta testers who want to help with this program. But at the moment it's been done in-house. IO library could be used for more drivers, network, SCSI, and others. It may allow OS 4.1 to run natively in KVM using the host OS drivers. It would enable OS 4 machine. It's never going to be as good as, a bespoke X5000, the like, but it will give you a much better AmigaOS 4 experience. Now this is a shameless plug for the Vultures to Vampires. Anyone knows me knows I write a lot of articles for Amiga Future magazine. I think the Classic Reflection series, the Amiga Retrospective series. When David Pleasance, the former Commodore, the former CEO, managing director, I said, do you know anything about it? And he said, no. I said, well, how are you going to write it? I said, well, look, I've written a on the admin, really awful stuff. I'm pleased to say that all 3 books are now out. Steve's got 3 copies on his desk, 1, 2, 3. I've donated volume 1 for the raffle, so if you haven't read it and you want raffle, volume 1's there. And I bought a copy for Steve since Steve helped me out. It tells the story. As I wrote it, obviously it's biased a little bit towards me because I wrote it. But what for me throughout the book. But what I've managed to do is to get input from lots of other people who've revealed some really interesting information that's never been revealed before in the Amiga world. And we've got Gary Hare, who was our banquet speaker tonight, and he contributed to some really interesting stuff in the book. I'm saying no more. Gary can reveal it tonight. It'll be fun. Well, but I want to thank the untold dark secrets of the shell game of Amiga Inc. Eugene Van Oos, the CEO of Commodore Corporation BV, who actually owns IP trail, and if you haven't followed that, it is a real mess. And finally, I've got to thank the makers. I know someone doesn't like makers, but the makers, the enthusiasts, the engineers, the thank you. Because without you, we would not be here today. So that's the end of my presentation. Thanks. Okay. Any time for questions, Bill? I just want to move on. Kevin.
Because we have a bunch of people from all over the world watching, when can people start to buy 1222 systems?
It's AAA technology in Luxembourg. It's been paid. Finished, they'll be sent for bring up or whatever they do. I don't understand these things. And then they'll go to AAA technology. They are now accepting, they're now accepting orders. So. One more? Yeah, Len. 110. It was a trial run, 110.
I think his mic is
Yeah, try mic off again.
Bill, I think his mic is
Yeah, it's a trial run, 110, and supply and demand. If there's demand, there'll be a supply. So it's a start. Honest, I just wanted the. I was going to swear again. I just wanted the thing out, right? I wanted it finished. There's been so much time, effort, money, and angst invested in this board. I wanted it out. I wanted to say, look, Yabu sucks. You're all wrong. No, I'm just joking. But yes, I am. No, but I really wanted it out. I just thought we need it out. Let's get it out there. And then we look, what do we do next? And that really comes down to the community and the demand and issues. One more question. Are we all finished? Come on, LD, you always ask a question.
All right. What is the estimated price from AAA Technology for?
Well, I looked. They've posted that pricing online. I was a bit confused by it myself. Yeah, because really it's going to be at the same sort of price as a Cube SAM 460 in terms of the board. It is supplied with the full OS4 license, and it's supplied with a full enhancer license. So they're built in, so that's the board price. If they put systems together, I mean, that's their system. The retailer's going to make some money on putting the system together. So I don't know. I haven't really, it's not under my control because A-Eon is a subsidiary or a partner of that company. They'll decide pricing. I think a lot of people will buy the board themselves, and they'll get the board, they'll get OS4, full price OS4 license, and they'll get enhancer. It'll also be supplied with a recovery USB stick with everything on it, so you can actually plug it in and recover all your software, drivers, everything.
And are orders being accepted now?
Yes, orders are being accepted now. Thanks very much, LD. Okay, well, that's it. Thanks very much. this I can have a good time tonight, so if you come and see me tonight, I can tell you anything else you want to know. Thanks very much. I appreciate it.
I mean, this thing's junk.
So let's give Trevor another hand for that. I mean, he's really kept the money flowing. Any of you who've done this, I have never done it, but any of you who have know that it takes a ton of money to make this work. Steve Sully is next with OS4 updates, etc. And so he tells me he has a setup to do, so it's not because he's not ready, he just has to switch a whole bunch of stuff right now. So he'll be on as soon as he's ready.
Testing 1, 2, 3. Testing 1, 2, 3. So you guys should be able to hear me okay. Where's that buzz coming from? Testing 1, 2, 3. Okay. Let me do some stuff. See if I can fix this.
Okay, let's, want to get the audio working?
Yeah, I'm working on it. Give me 1 second. Go ahead and unmute. God damn it. Do that again.
Been okay. It's probably on a channel or something. Although we all go through the same same wireless mic thing, don't we? We all go through. Yeah, so it should be okay.
No, I mean, you're on.
I'm on now? Okay, it works. It works. Good. Okay. Okay.
Okay. Turn it on.
Turn it on again. Now it's back on. Is it working fine? Turning off.
Testing. Testing 1, 2, 3. Test, test, test.
I'm number 3.
Testing 1, 2, 3. Test.
I'm muted right now.
Yeah.
Okay.
Yeah, it's just weird. The
Okay, I'm live now. Green. Does it sound okay? Or is,
It does, but for some reason that microphone picks up. I can hear myself. I can hear everyone in this room.
oh, it's an Omni. Not directional, maybe. It's rotated. Oh, it's a little different. It's a fuzzy
Yeah.
than yours.
Well, it fell off.
Oh, that's all. Okay. For some reason, it picks up room noise.
Yeah.
Like everything.
Everything.
Wow.
Yeah, it's not supposed to do that.
Oh, no. No.
I don't know. I mean, this stuff is.
Yeah. Well, maybe there's software in these little things that it's okay. Where did you stand?
Test. Okay.
I'm going to block you, I think. Or should I go over there?
That's me.
I could go over
I don't know
there.
if that's better or not.
No, the light's here, though.
Trevor was.
Oh, it's indirect.
It's indirect.
Isn't that fun?
Yeah, it's really fun.
Push that.
Yeah.
Halo in your eyes.
Yeah, it's fun. You know.
Sorry, I had a vision of some long hair there.
Test. Okay. This level is better. Okay.
Okay. Are we on? All right. Okay. What I'm going to do is I'm going to do a little blurb after Trevor's blurb. Now. Up. Is it working well now? Okay. Give it to my what? Yeah. Okay. Is that better? There we go. There we go. It's holding. It's holding. So blurb after Trevor's blurb. Now I did not see Trevor's presentation before, so I might repeat a couple things. I noticed there was some overlap. But of course he got to go first, so now, yeah, anyway. So I was going to focus primarily on the 1222. Is the speaker still working over there? Okay. I just don't hear myself. Okay, I call myself the A1222 Plus. It's not on? Okay, never mind. Something happened to the output there. The gain again. Is it the gain? Okay.
Try the loss.
Oh, this one? No, then it pulls it away from my mouth.
You should be able to bend it. Because it keeps slipping.
I got a wide head. It doesn't reach.
Ginormous cranium.
Yeah. See, doesn't work. That's why I'm doing it. It works like this. Oh, this is causing it?
I can see it from here.
Hold it still. Nope. No, can't get it. I'll just do this. Yeah. Hello, hello. Oh. Bill's adjusting things. I can hear it now.
Ryan, is that speaker working?
No. Is that speaker working on the... Interesting. Interesting. We got a bit of audio. Testing, testing. 1, 2, 3. We're okay on the cameraman, so he's happy.
So ironically, those streaming are hearing better audio than we are.
Oh, okay. The stream works. That's good. We have a other speaker not working problem. The audio engineer's confused.
Test.
Wrong button.
Testing 1, 2, 3. Test. Nope.
It just stopped setting the right channel.
Okay, so the right channel's gone for some reason.
Oh, it's back now.
Oh, the right channel's back. But it's very low, apparently. Okay, right channel's there, but low. Okay. He's adjusting it, and it sounds good now. Now I can hear it. I can hear it. Okay, slides to move forward. I don't remember when Trevor came and said, yeah, I want you to do this again. And yeah, it takes a while. And it was I don't know what my fee was. It was pretty high, though. And I'm not going to do this again for cheap, okay? So the fee doubles. I think it doubled it or it tripled it. Yeah, yeah. So, what's that? Now I have a consultant that I got yet last night, and I got to pay the consultant. So, you understand? Yeah, yeah. I'm gonna have to raise my fee again. Not to mention, as you probably saw but no, who owns what, where, who, what? Anyway, I did this in alphabetical order. There's AAA wins. So they're at the top. This is like AAA towing. AQ Systems are involved, AQ Technologies involved, Media Computer France, Amiga Kit, and Hyperion Entertainment. So all these corporations together give us the 1222. That's how much fun this is to keep track of. Okay. Yeah, and them too much. And here's an incomplete list of all the people that have contributed greatly to the 1222 plus that I could remember. And I looked them all up. It's been a long time coming, as you saw, in years. So a lot of people have touched it along the way. And each person brought in certain things and contributed this, contributed that. And I even managed to get the last names of everybody, which is tricky. Some of the names you might know, a lot of names you might not know exist. So I just wanted to point it out. There's actual people behind this project. And each one of them, you know, they contribute, and each one of them did a lot of work. A lot of work. So I wanted to mention that. Yeah, yeah. I mean, even Paul got involved. So I put his name on there, which is hard to do. Max, Renee, you saw that one. So this is, I made a list of must-haves for me. A release coordinator that have to be on this, in this project, right? When you get your board, I want these things in there. Okay, so you got the U-boot, fine, Amiga, enhancer, graphics driver, Ethernet driver, audio driver. That's something that anybody who's got a 5000 or maybe even a 1000 knows, that you get into this catch-22 with your graphics driver because the graphics driver was on a different disk than your OS. So you reinstall your OS and you can't see anything to put the graphics driver in. You ever hit that problem? Oh, there's some nodding. I want to try to avoid that this time because it was slightly annoying. So I'm trying to make sure as much software as possible is on that USB recovery stick, flash drive. Sorry. I thought you heard a question. Anyway, sorry. Anyway, so I wanted to make sure of that. And then I got a list of nice-to-haves, of course, right? Now, the nice-to-haves, I would like to see a Linux distribution on there. I'd like to see Warp 3D Nova. I want to see a TRM. I want to see a single source of information and files, too. This is my nice-to-have. I may not get it, so I'm hoping. Okay, this is as a coordinator, I'm trying to make everybody kind of cooperate, right? And this is what I want for the customers, the people who buy this thing, because I had that problem. There's a little schedule information. I had that problem with the X5000 too, right? Where you had to go to multiple places, and I never liked that either. So that, you know. Such is life when you have that many companies vying for, you know, power, basically. Oh, no, I own this. No, I own that. Oh, you know, so you have to get them all to cooperate, you know, crack the whip a bit. I heard, this is what I heard. I don't know if Trevor heard it. At the German show, I got a quote from AAA Technology. I put the date on in the correct order. Notice. Has begun nearly 2 months ago. We should have received our first stock. Blah, 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 blah. Taking pre-orders now. So that's what I heard at the German show. So I wanted to repeat that here.
I have an email saying that everything from it.
That's a quote from AAA Technology, whoever was representing them at the time. Yeah. Oh, I read it on the internet. Yeah, yeah. And I saw it at, where was it? It was in the German show Discord channel. That's where it was. That's where I pulled that from. Yeah. So this is probably the first time Trevor's heard of it. You heard that rumor? Yep. So it's coming real soon now, so that means I'm in trouble. Because no, the software isn't ready yet. You know, it's always, I got to get all these pieces together, right? And I also wanted to mention, everything here is not final. In case there's some trolls out there in troll land, I can change my name or my mind on anything, anytime, and I don't have to tell you about it. Okay? That's important because this is not a commitment. So I just wanted to mention that. So I think that was all I had for slides. So I don't think there's any more. So any questions to the guy who's trying to put this all together?
Very well.
Very well. Now that Trevor's finished, your role is finished. So he's just going to sit there and watch me suffer now. Yeah. No. So if anything goes wrong from the time he wrote the check, it's my fault. That's how it works, right? He's nodding. Yeah. Everything's my fault now. Another. Yeah. Okay. Great. No pressure. No pressure. You know, I don't even have a board. Or what Trevor helped do was send the board to AAA first. And I made sure that happened too. I was kind of in the background making sure they got a board first so they can load up that USB flash drive with all the stuff and make sure it works. So that was #1 priority. And just to let you know, the very first board they got, they had the wrong U-boot. It's like, oh, this is going smoothly. So we resolved that. It's okay. But you can imagine the bumps, right? Like the very first thing that could go wrong did go wrong. So, but it powered up, and you got a shot of the graphics, so obviously the board's working fine. So now we have to make sure all the pieces work, right? And another thing I finally got resolved was we finally got another 1222 sent to our audio driver maker. So he's back up. He fried his board, purposely or not, I don't know. And the guy tried to fix it himself, right? So he thought, I'm technically good at this stuff, I could fix it too. Well, these boards, surface mount, multi-layer, he pulled off a layer trying to solder it on there, right? Do not try to fix your own boards. You need very specialized equipment and a lot of experience. I mean, even I was my old one, because it's very, very sensitive to heat, these boards, because a lot of parts, a lot of density. Not a good idea to try to fix them yourself. And I was just talking to Matthew over there, Lehman, and I said, okay, how do we get these things fixed, right? Well, the current only place in the world that can get fixed right now is Amiga Kit in Wales. So just to let you know, they're the only ones who can actually fix. A little bit of a gotcha, but it's no different than the 5000. The 5000 is also only repairable there, and all the 1000 as well. Actually, I think the 1000 too. So they're the ones with the skills to pull it off. Yeah. So I just cover that angle. Any other angles I'm missing besides the when and how to get it fixed? And I don't know. I know nothing about shipping. Don't ask me about shipping. I'm not. It is. It's nice and stable. Yep. It's you. Oh, the kernel on all platforms. Yeah. Well, the thing about our kernel is it's one set of source code with slight modifications for every platform. So one fix will fix everything on all the platforms generally. And we've been working hard on fixing a lot of obscure problems, right? And of course, there's the multi-core aspect of it. The 1222 is multi-core capable, so that's kind of, I want to say that's the next target after X5000, is 1222. I know the X1000 people will not want to hear that, but you know, the 1222, we have to make it as valuable, and I think value is important. We got to get that value up. It'll work. You just got to get the value. Yeah, you saw it working yesterday. Yeah. Any other questions? No? Okay. Well, thank you very much. Yeah, I know. You did great. I did.
Testing 1, 2, 3. Yeah, this mic's a little better. Still kind of hot. Okay, so I'm going to keep working on the audio. Our next presentation is going to be Shmuley Hapanyani, I think, out of the Netherlands. He is going to talk about his AmigaOS 4, MorphOS, Aros Windows game called AI Kills All Humans. And I wrote AL on the website.
sponsorship so we can acknowledge them and thank them for it. Well, we'll get the sponsorship so we can acknowledge them and thank them for it.
Testing 1 2 3. Testing 1 2 3. Okay, making changes in the audio board to try to improve audio as much as I can. I just spoke to the hotel service provider on the internet. Hey Steve, how you doing, man? Hold on, I gotta let me work on this, and I'll find you later. I'm so glad you can make it. Yeah. Oh, you're not going to be here long? Oh, okay. Oh, I'm sorry. Yeah. Well, I'll catch you in a minute. Okay, let's cut this. Okay, so I just got off the phone with the internet service provider. Everything is good at the hotel. There's actually very little traffic. It's on the rest of the hotel network. So there's something going on with Comcast, which is their service provider. It's causing it to drop. Even when I ping their DNS, it's dropping and spiking. So not a lot we can do about that, except for just kind of suffer through it. Trevor's speech, I know we had those audio problems. I don't know what to say. Robert was filming it, as he often does, which is fantastic. So we have Robert's backup copy. And, you know, Brian comes through perfectly loud and clear, the same model, everything. It's all the same stuff. And, you know, Trevor's mic decides to cut in and out. So there's no rhyme or reason. You know, things are just breaking down. We've used the same equipment here since like 2007 or something. And it's just failing. I'll do what I can to replace what I can, but this is all kind of self-funded activity. The show makes enough for the next year's show because it's not really a money-making opportunity. But hopefully we can stabilize during the day. Hopefully the internet stays as it is. At least it's mostly functional. It's not as bad as it's been last year. So there's not a lot we can do there. Schedule-wise, I need to actually fix. Do that now. Is that going to work? Yeah. Nope, not going to work. Yeah, so a couple hours of sleep, and the show's doing really well. You can see I've got the show floor camera running right now. Fantastic. We have a few minutes. Hopefully, our presenter is able to join here in a few minutes. He did send me an email. Let me get that teed up. So we'll continue to try to stay on schedule, continue to bring people what's going on here at the show, any kind of news or announcements. AI kills all humans at noon. It's lunchtime here as well. People are already starting to eat. I'm going to grab a bite. At 1 o'clock, I'm going to try to roam the show floor using a mobile broadcast rig that I've built and put together. And then at 1:30, we'll have Ricardo talk about the... He'll be here. And then at 2:30, if I have that correct, around then we'll have RJ dial in. RJ will be here hopefully, and he'll be able to give us his presentation on the unsung Amiga heroes. So RJ will come along and help us out. And then after that, we have a special presentation from Andrei Kudra. It's the same presentation I think he delivered at Amiga 38, talking about Amiga and demos. Then we close the show floor, and then at 5 o'clock we close it, and then at 6:45 we start up again for the banquet. So I'm going to go do a few things, get prepared for our next presenter, and hopefully we can start to get some of these
for this reason, although I didn't.
Testing 1, 2. Testing 1, 2, 3. Test, 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 test. This is a test. Test, test. Test, 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 test. Wow. God, this thing does not work. Okay. With Shmuley here. I was expecting him to join. Oh, I have messages. Host says already. Okay, so we're having a Zoom problem. It appears. We'll see if we can get our Zoom problem sorted out. I really despise Zoom now. In the Zoom meeting, because it says the person already has the Zoom meeting running, which is 100% true. So what are you gonna do? Just gotta wait. So sorry about that. We're just waiting to get Zoom working. My only communication with Shmuley, if I'm saying that correctly, forgive if I'm not, is via email. So it's a little bit slow in the comm cycle. Getting a message that's saying the Zoom meeting's already started, which is weird because I'm literally copying the invitation and sending it to him. I don't have a third system here to try and see if why Zoom is not working. Now you are here. Are you there? Can you hear me? I've got to remember how I had this all set up. It's extremely convoluted and complex. Yeah. Can you hear me?
Yeah, I can hear you, but I see no picture. But it doesn't matter because I anyway see your picture in the computer. But do you see my picture?
That you're talking, but
yes, can you hear now?
It's very, very low on our end. I tested this yesterday and it was totally fine. So I don't know why it's now low on your end.
Okay. I try to speak very close to the microphone. Maybe that helps something.
How about now? Can you say something?
Yes.
Yep. Nope. It's really not working terribly well. Okay. Well, that blows that. I don't have a reverse audio bus plugged in, and that seems to be working properly. Yeah, I don't know. It's,
no problem in
as I said, it
hearing
worked
you.
yesterday with someone else's
Yeah.
microphone. Is there anything you can do to make it louder? Put the microphone close to your mouth, or turn it up, the gain or something?
I already actually put the microphone close to my mouth, but I can try to speak a bit louder. Does this help? What about we try to, if I testing?
Nope, this is not working. Can you dial in with like a cell phone or something to a local number? Or?
Yeah, that is possible too. Or we can just, I will try to join again. Do you hear better this time? I don't hear you this time at all. Can you hear? At least I don't hear you. Let me check, are there something like this mute and unmute? Can you hear me? Can you hear? I don't hear anything. This video is off. Can I actually? No, seems not. Okay, I was at least able to start the video now. But still no sound, I guess. Can you hear anything?
Okay, try saying something.
Trying to talk close to the microphone, but I hear nothing. I'm trying to... Okay, now I hear you. Do you hear me? Do you hear me at all? Because I can hear you well, but can you hear me? I'm trying to... I'm trying to join different way if you can hear me. Now let's see, can I get here?
Okay, I'm going to disconnect this. I'm going to join a different way. Okay, can you hear me now? The picture is basically working, but can you also hear me? I actually can't hear you now at all. Well, it might be there's not enough volume here. He actually how to get any game started. The games were in cassette format, and he didn't know how to use the load commands or anything like that. Lots of telling you about my upcoming game, AI. I am Samuli Holopainen from a new one-man game studio called One Joyful Day. This is a pre-recorded video where I am telling you about my upcoming game, AI Kills All Humans, and how I ended up making it. And after this video, plan is for me to come live for questions and answers session. First computer I actually had was MSX computer. English at all. Any game started in the MSX because the games were in cassette format, and he didn't know how to use the load commands or anything like that. Be putting lots of characters to the screen, and then using the cursor I could be moving the cursor like it would be a game character. And with this I eventually made something like this, which was where the idea was that the character would be on the left side of the screen and trying to reach to the right side of the screen to get this, for example, mark X. And with space button using, I would even erase it in Commodore 64 because all the friends had Commodore 64, and of course I would be getting lots of games for it. So for my great disappointment, I actually got Amiga 500 instead. While I was disappointed at that point, I can say afterwards I have been very, very happy that my father bought me Amiga 500 instead of Commodore 64. Now I had started doing some little program with MSX computer already before I had received my Amiga computer. And actually, even after I got Amiga, it took me a while before I realized that the workbench had Amiga Basic inside it. After that, I did some things with Amiga Basic, nothing much. Pretty simple stuff, like I would say that the most complicated thing was probably something like multiple choice adventure. But when I really started getting a bit more programming, although from a hobby point of view still, was when I got Easy Amos. Now, Easy Amos was first program language that I actually learned to do stuff like actually move like pops on the screen and so on. So it was theoretically I could finally do something, and of course I was planning to make lots of games with it, but in practice most of them didn't get any further than getting a couple of graphics done. After Easy Amos I got Blitz Basic, which was a bit of an upgrade. And things were moving much faster, but things didn't really change much anyway. I would still be just starting lots of games which are basically were all like on the scale of World of Warcraft beaters, which obviously would never happen. And basically got a couple of graphics and lots of fantasies done, nothing else. I suppose that's typical for game makers at beginning before they learn to scale down their games. And especially on those days, it didn't have internet yet, so there were no experienced game makers to tell you to make smaller games. I think it was about 2009 that I finally took to Hollywood, and one of the things that it had was that it was having the capability of making both for PC and Amiga. That you just make the code once and you compile it to all those different platforms, and that was perfect for me because I have noticed that while I was interested in making a commercial game, I didn't really have motivation to make a PC-only game, but I wanted to be an Amiga game. I started learning the Hollywood, and it was, I think at about 2010 I started getting hang of it better. And at that point I was thinking, maybe 3 years later I will be making my first commercial game. Well, we are now 2023 and the commercial game is still not ready. But the important part was anyway that I started connecting with other game developers. One of the important things was that they were held in these game jams, smaller and middle scope game jams, and they were important that I was able to participate in them and started learning making games. And the last game jam game that I did was in 2019, a game called AI. Now, when you look at these screenshots and you compare to the AI kills your humans, you might notice that they look very much similar. And there's a reason for that. I would say about September maybe. And then I saw this advertisement about FTTS, the Finnish Great Games That Sell Education. And as I was looking at the promotional video about it, I first of all, I noticed that he is going to be telling about the things where I am having the gaps. And second thing was that I realized that, wait a minute, I have a game that is almost ready already, the AI. The game that I made before, the AI. If I just expand it a bit and so on, it could be a commercial game. So this is the reason why you can notice there's a lot of similarity between AI kills humans and the game jam game AI, because AI kills your humans is using the same code base and is basically expanded version of that game with a new story and so on. So anyway, I figured out that okay, I'm going to join this FTTS, and 1 month later I'm going to release a game. Well, 1 year forward, and here we are. Now I'm about 1 month away from releasing the game again. Okay, next let me tell you about the game a bit. To learn about the game, I think it's best that I just simply show you the game's intro, which is like half a minute long. There's also another reason, because actually I had a bit of a problem because Steam, I was about to release a demo version of this game, but Steam didn't approve it. because I had been using AI-generated images in 2 cases. One of them is actually in this intro, so this is basically your only chance to see the original version of the intro, because I will be removing that one graphic.
Daddy's computer. I wonder what happens if I set 1 into 0. I get it, man.
That girl that came towards the screen was the AI-created graphic that will be removed now. I'm now starting a new game to show you the game. This map, by the way, this is basically the idea stolen from Dogs of War game. I always liked how it had the world map where you were choosing locations. So this is basically the same idea, although with US map. Now, plot is to basically to kill all humans, and the AI does have some sort of logic to where he decides to attack all the time. So these are the places you can choose where you robots will be going to kill those humans. And then these buttons down here tell they what those robots are supposed to do. Like in this case now they're attacking against humans. And you can see that all the robots are always doing the same thing. Like now they are all going to attack against the building. Oh yeah, this is this building image is actually one of the latest additions. This is actually the first try I did. This will probably still change to different. I'm not quite happy about this. And now you can see that time ended. But yeah, first level is very easy. You only need to be able to kill 1 to get to the next level. And now there is new level opened. So you will get to the harder version of the same level. Like in this case, you can see that the people are now like brown colored. This means that they all have guns. In this case, they actually all have shotguns, making it much more difficult to get them. Because the robots, as you can see, they are having less energy because they got shot by a couple of the shotguns. So as I mentioned, every level actually has some sort of logic. That there is a logic in how the AI decides which targets to attack. Like old people die in retirement house because no one ever visits them anyway. In second level, he basically does the first actual attack. In this case, he is attacking against the farm because he figures that if he can get the people's food sources destroyed, then people wouldn't have food and will obviously die. This is already a bit trickier level. You can see here's one of the defensive guns. I on purpose set this so that if you go from here, it is actually a bit tricky that you might end up on the line of sight. As you can see, they split. These map images I have actually took from Pixabay. The idea of using like that basically it was a movie called either Patriot Games or Clear and Present Danger by Harrison Ford. There was a scene that they are in a White House and they are making an attack to probably Middle East or something like that, and they are following it through satellite. I remember when I saw it first time, I was looking at, that's actually quite fun. That wouldn't it be fun to have a game like that where the whole game would happen through satellite images, and you will be commanding your units that way. Now that you can hear the next upgrades, this is one of the parts that now I have enough total kills, 316 in total, and 250 was needed to get this upgrade here. So now I'm able to upgrade, for example, I can increase the speed of my squad. As you notice now there are 2 different levels actually here. This is a regular next level, and this is actually a bonus level. There are 3 bonus levels in total in this game. The idea is that you are able to get 500 kills in each of them, as long as you are made certain upgrades. Now here you can see a part of the fun of this game. You just noticed this one robot that went towards here. The problem is because all the robots do same thing all the time. So now I decided that they should all be attacking the buildings. But one of them decided to go against this building, which was near, but some of them are actually going here and they won't survive. Because there's not many of them, as you can see. So this is part of the difficulty of the game, that you have to figure out that how do you get those robots to go where you want them to be, and how to avoid them not going where you don't definitely want them to be. Like right now, these two are very close to this gun. If they move even an inch, they're gonna be shut down. Of course, when I upgrade my robots to have more health and so on, they will survive much better. But now this is another AI created image that will be removed. Now the main problem with completing this selection is basically a combination of me and AI. That I started by asking AI where would he attack and for what reasons. And then I started figuring out what would be funny reasons why he would go there, and what would be sort of the plot of the level, what do I want to add there. And then I would explain, if, for example, ZGB, that I wanted this level to do this and this and this thing, and this would be the funny thing now, make it in the funny version, funny description, and then ZGB did that. And two perhaps greatest benefits have been that one is that I am able to make text that would be a target where there would be long views and lots of people. And AI suggested that it would be DMV, Department of Mobile Vehicle. I wouldn't have known that, but when I was even first suspected, is that really right? And I went to ask from a couple of US game maker friends, and they confirmed me and told me quite wild stories about DMV, and I think, okay, I guess AI is right about that, so DMV it is. Well, this will be the level I'm not going to show anymore, because I think we are going to be running out of time. In this level there's something new. You can see this blue dot here. It is a coder. Every coder needs to be always killed in the level, and this makes it much more difficult to successfully complete levels. This is basically, I will think that this is basically like the first actual bit difficult level. You need upgrades, and you probably need to go to play previous levels again with your upgraded robots to get more kills, to get better upgrades, to be able to beat this level. I also witnessed a bunch of people here which are all guarded by guns, so that you can at later point, when you have more upgraded robots, you can basically get here to get a lot of kills. I'm having again the problem that I lost too many previous levels, so actually I would need to play the previous level again to have more robots around here, because as I mentioned, this is the first difficult level, so when you have more robots to be killing here, the main problem is that usually too many people tend to get escaped, or then it is difficult to get this one killed. But this is exactly the fun of the game, that you have to figure out that how do you get the robots to get here, because too many, even one too many escaped. And even the coder wasn't, he have it there with him. If he has it, I'm giving my permission for him to let you play it there. So about the Amiga version, currently there's a problem with it. It works very slow in the internet resolution. However, Bill Borsari did say that when he was using it by about 800 by 600 pixel resolution, it was working about right speed. So at least it is playable in some way. Now the problem is, which I wasn't aware, is that unlike in Windows, Hollywood doesn't automatically use GFX cards to make the graphics in Amiga versions. But luckily, it can be instructed to do so. However, I encountered a bug which Andreas confirmed to be a bug, And now I am stuck at waiting for Andres to make a bug fix for that GFX card plugin to be able to continue trying to find out how to make the game work faster on Amigas. Also, problem is because I don't have anything like X5000 or A1222, I will be half blind when I am trying to figure out how to make it faster, because I have to make a build and send it for someone else to test, and else will report me what happened. So that will slow down things a lot and will also be very difficult to do it. So I can't really give any time frame when the game will be released. Personally, I am hoping to get the Amiga version out during this year still, but right now I can't really know if that is too optimistic or not.
To get everything working again on the audio. Let's see if I can do this. Let me try this. I want to go back to this method. Okay, can you say something, Shmuley? Okay, that's not working. 1 second. I don't know why that's not working. Let me connect audio over here. It has risk of feedback. We can't hear you yet, so just hang on 1 second. And then we'll, yep, I know the internet connection is unstable.
Hello. Yeah, I'm still here.
Okay. Okay. Testing 1, 2, 3. Okay, can you hear us?
Yeah, I can hear you.
Yeah.
Can you hear me?
I don't know why, but I don't think this is going to work. I don't think I can get the audio from that machine to this machine, and why it's not working from this machine does not make any sense. So there's just too much of a chance for feedback going on. Shoot. Yeah, like I said, I don't understand why it's not working here. It worked yesterday, it should be totally fine, and it's totally not working. Well, we appreciate the video. Are there any questions in the audience? Okay, well, I think, unfortunately, the timing against lunch is working against us along with the delays. So I appreciate you dialing in and all the work you're doing on your game. I'm assuming that video is going to be posted online, and you'll share that out so people can get access to it? Okay. Well, again, and also thank you for staying up super, super late. I apologize for these technical problems. I don't understand it. Like I said, it should be working, and it's not. So I'll have to go back to the drawing board to figure out how to get Zoom audio functional. But thank you so much for being with us today and for all your work. And I'm looking forward to purchasing the game on Steam when it releases. Thank you. Okay. So for the internet crew, let's see, it's 12:54. I want to take a few minutes, see if I can figure out what was going on with Zoom and why it wasn't doing what it was supposed to be doing, even though it said it was doing what it was supposed to be doing. And I'm going to switch to my mobile rig, which actually is working. And I think it's working pretty well. What this looks like. Actually, can I? Okay, I've got to work on the audio. But anyway, we'll go around to all the tables, and I'll give you a tour of the show floor. So stay tuned for a few minutes. Testing 1, 2, 3. Okay, so you guys should all be able to hear me pretty well. I can try walking around with my side pack. Okay. I'm going to dial into my Zoom meeting from my cell phone, if I can find it. I don't know where I put it. And then from the cell phone, I'll get audio to go with the video that I'm getting through this local. I mean, I guess I could connect to Zoom, just straight up Zoom mobile here. Let me do that. It's online. It's 100% up to date in browser local. So if you get in your car and drive somewhere and you change local time, it'll fix it for you.
That's very cool. The only thing is that I can't have access to my computer until tonight. So I was just kind of curious if it was posted somewhere.
I don't think we printed it out.
Okay.
What do you need to know?
Just what's up next and when?
I'm getting this ready to go walk the show floor. And then RJ is up, I think, at like 2:30, something like that. And then Andre's going to do an Amiga demo thing. And then we're going to raffle off the big ticket items. So people buy stuff from Matthew.
Okay.
Are there any of the big ticket items that you were interested in? I mean, it's classic accelerators. Yeah. Do you have any classics? Not yet. Not yet. Okay. The bug is coming. The bug is coming for LD. I know it'll work. It's like a 1200, right?
It's a 600.
Yeah.
DUX 600.
What's the output on it?
HDMI.
We're fine. Totally fine. We're totally fine.
So we just convene a couple of minutes earlier
Yeah.
before and just try it out.
Yeah.
And I have a standard laptop. Can we do two things and switch?
Yeah.
Switch? Okay.
I can switch from here.
Okay, good. Because I have the PC with the presentation and
Yeah. I have open ports even, so like.
Okay.
Yeah, we can switch with this guy. So yeah, we're good there. Okay. Okay. Of course, now when the whole thing freezes, the whole thing freezes. And I don't have the ability to capture Zoom the same way. So much better the other way. Why is everything not working today? Everything is broken in some way or another. I can't reboot OBS, that's too painful. but it doesn't work. Okay. So now, if I do this, you should be able to hear me. Okay. I'm literally dialed into the Zoom meeting to get online so that I can walk around with this mobile camera. It is, because what's supposed to happen is when you connect the browser source to OBS, it says, hello, oh, I've got an audio feed along with a video feed, so I'm going to give you an audio fader, but it's not working. So, like, I have to restart OBS, which I can't do. It just, today is just horrifying. Like, every little freaking thing is blowing up.
Just give me a break. I mean, it's like I said, it's just, it's absolutely horrifying. Okay, so I actually don't need this guy. It's kind of heavy. Okay, so folks from chat, give me thumbs up if you can hear me. Let me make sure that folks can hear me. I'll wait for it. Oh, yeah, you should be able to hear me. Yeah. Let me turn this off. That one's full hot again. Loud and clear. Okay. Can I just say, what I just did is connect my mobile phone to Zoom. That's all I did. I just dialed into my Zoom meeting, and the audio was 100% crystal clear, perfect. So whatever happened last time, I have absolutely no freaking idea what was going on. Okay. So let's do this. I was going to show you what I've got going. Let me do that. So this is my GoPro, and I'm going to kind of point it this way. So GoPro meet tablet, and if I press the cut button here, it switches. So now, which I'm going to light on fire at the end of this, an ancient mixture I've had for dozens of years, which seems to be working okay. GoPro for one camera, another camera over here, my own private wireless network in the hotel to connect a bunch of other cameras, including the show one out there, and I got my broadcast box here that I built out of spare parts, and then trying to manage all this stuff. Okay, so software-wise, on the tablet, I'm running this technology called Video Ninja, VDO.ninja, and the Video Ninja technology, the Video Ninja technology is a WebRTC client, and I'm using it as a browser source into OBS, and then I've got split screen on my tablet, and I'm running an OBS WebSocket, and I'd show you my screen, but I think there might be like passwords and stuff, so I'm not going to do that because I don't want people to jack my stuff. So I am on a tripod with this that you saw, and so I can walk around the show floor. I'll try to do a little Steadicam action, and you're hearing me through my cell phone dialed in Verizon to the Zoom. No, I'm dialed in. I should still be online. Let me get to Discord here so I can on my phone so I can see the messages to make sure this is still working. I can't do a triple split on the screen. There's Mike from Clanto. We're following him down the hallway. Oh my gosh. That button and this button. Okay. Can you guys verify that you can see the screen and you can hear me, and then I'll start going in? You should be looking at a door, and you should be able to hear me. Okay, I see Skateman is typing, and I've got like a 45-second or minute-long delay. So that's why it's going to take a little time. Oh, someone privately messaged me. Ray did. Yeah. Thanks, Ray. I have like 3 hours of sleep. I'm super tired. Okay. I still don't have level order typing. I should be getting in now. Okay. Okay. Which cam? Oh, you know what? This is why I asked. I'm so tired. Okay. Audio's fine. Switch the camera feed. I just did that, so you're going to start seeing it. So we're outside. We're coming in to the show floor here. This first... What you are looking at is the... Oh, that's Alex. Alex is super special, too. But what I'm looking at, and I'm messing with a tripod here, so forgive, this is kind of clunky. This is Amiga Ranger prototype components from Dale Luck's personal collection. This right here is a thermal mock-up of the Amiga Ranger. This was Commodore Mosgato's big box Amiga. So a new motherboard, everything. It lost out to what we know today as the Amiga 2000, which is a German design system. So this was in Dale Luck's collection. Chris Collins, Dale, Alan, a bunch of folks spent a lot of time to clean this thing up. It looks pristine. We showed it at VCF this year. These are running the Zorro boards. So we got a 2091 plus a Giga RAM. So let me see if I can get a better shot. Actually, I'm going to ditch the tripod. Give me a second here. Because it's just too clunky, and I'll just go handheld and try to steady cam it. I brought the tripod so that I could sit down and things run them, but I think let's go handheld here. So this is the Gargantua RAM. This is running, and you can see here it says free memory, 2.3 gigs, whatever, megabytes. And this was the original Zorro spec. Try not to touch the exposed pins. And then next to it is a 2091 card. And then there's a Barracuda hard drive. So this is an auto boot Amiga 1000 using that. Over here we have Chris Collins, extraordinaire, and Mitch. Marshall. I'll get it. You're new. And then Alan. And Alan and Chris did a lot of work on this. Chris bought himself a PAL Jr. So this was a commercial product that implemented the Zorro style slot as defined originally by Commodore. It connects with this thing that Dale calls a paperclip, which seems very apt, and it provides Zorro sauce. And he even has running in here staple. And he has in here a Zoram 2000 running on this machine. So this card was made like last year physically and designed recently, and it's working in the very first Zorro implementation with Chris's favorite hard drive, the small one. Over here we have the Re-Amiga table. I think Francois, right, does this work where he will Re-Amiga machines. So this looks like a 500 that he's done, and he's done an amazing job cleaning it up, obviously. It's all brand new, all hand soldered. The guy is just masterful. Here's a 1200. I'll zoom in. I mean, it just looks absolutely. Re-Amiga stuff. Here's the 3640 Re-Amiga. I'm going to steal that. Let's not tell him. And then 4000 board, I'm guessing. Wait, what is that? Yeah, 3000 board.
So this is 3000.
3000 because it has the that goes there, power there. Right. Okay.
And this is kind of a replacement for the 1000.
Oh, this is a 1000 replacement.
This is a 1000 case, but it's completely.
Oh, it's, yeah. The Phoenix. Is that one the Phoenix or GBA? It might be a GBA. So over here we have the 4091, the Re-4091 project, which is absolutely fantastic work. So here, and this sign, I love this Amiga sign. It's so pretty. And then they have their SCSI Diag Blinky box, which is also super cool. And you can see it running in this 4000 right here. This is the purple edition. Running some tests, Zorro 3 transfers. It's running a speed test right now. Looks like it's about 7.2 megabytes per second. Harold and your NVMe driver, eat your heart out. You only get 300. Okay, I'll keep going down the line. I want to jump ahead, but we'll not. Okay, so here we've got Rabbit Hole Computing. This is Alex's kit, stuff for sale. You can trade cash. What do we got, Alex?
Got everything. We've got a that's not for sale.
Oh.
We've got a Zulu IDE here, which is a new product that's in beta. That's an ATAPI CD-ROM and a zip drive emulator for old IDE-based machines. It works pretty well, and it's basically, you can kind of think of it as like a GoTech for your CD, for an IDE CD-ROM drive. Eventually we'll have we're working on a a board, I was just telling someone here, that'll allow you to do media selection with a little rotary. This is a new Zulu SCSI design board where you can set the SCSI ID via a dip switch and just choose the device type with this little knob. And this is a prototype right now. It's not available for purchase, but it will be at some point in the next month or two here. And then we've also got a Raspberry Pi P on there.
Like this one here?
Yeah, like this one. This is an unassembled one. We've also got a PCI SATA controller that takes an M2, modern M2 SATA card, and also has a place for a 2.5-inch SSD or hard drive.
On a 3.3 and 5-volt compatible PCI card. Thanks, Alex.
Yeah, no problem.
What?
There's a 130 presentation from Ricardo Quezada on the UniJoyle computer.
Yeah, why don't you go get set up? Oh, sorry. I'll go find him. I'll tell him to go get set up. Hold on, I gotta go do my other job here. It's having too much fun. We'll get back to that in a second. Hey, Jerry, can you find Ricardo and tell him to go set up for his presentation? And I'll be there in a minute if he needs help. Or find out if he is gonna do a presentation. So we're running a few minutes behind. I'm doing the walkthrough. Okay. Okay, I'm going to jump over to the raffle. The raffle this year is absolutely epic. So what we've done differently, I see what Jerry meant by drawing. You buy tickets, you put them into the bag, and then we draw out of the bag for each of the items. Because we've got a BFG 9000, we've got a Pi Storm for the 1200, 500, 600, and just a ton of other products from our fantastic sponsors. And I mean, a ton of stuff. There's also a 4091 that's supposed to be in here somewhere too. Oh, and this is one of my favorites, the design. So if you win this one, the design droid will give you you send him a picture and he'll convert it. Amigas on them. He's told me that he sent them out, had them all recapped, clean up, everything's working perfectly. I love the finish on this one. And you've got the InDivision adapter with a 1200 accelerator there, and a trusty 1000. Looks absolutely beautiful. I'll catch up with you later, Lou. Here we have something that's absolutely amazing. This is Magic Core Amelia, if I'm saying that right, by Dan. And Dan, I forgot your last name. If you're around somewhere. He's awesome. He's a developer. He was at the DevCon. He's showing off his game that he's working on. I don't know how to work it. So anyway, we'll come back to this maybe later. If I can find him, he can show it. It's beautiful and amazing. Here is a caffeine-powered Amiga 1200. This is my machine. I've got the Kipper 2K bender over there. I've got the Gale reset button here. I've got Rapid Road USB. I've got two different, I've got an InDivision in this sucker. And then I've got the Pi Storm, so you can pop over between the different screens, depending on what's going on. No one's really using it. I thought I'd bring it if anybody cared and wanted to see it. And it's like cheapest switch box they made on Amazon, like not working properly. Here is the spectacular trophy. And I love the Mini, and I'm a D&D player, and I was like, but I promised myself, because I won last year, I'm not going to play this year, because I have the Terminator, so I mean, it's beautiful. I mean, that thing is fantastic. We love your work. Thank you so much. Say hi to everyone. I got to keep running. We showed it this morning, because it opens up. Oh, my God. It's so amazing. So if you're at AmiWest, you got to play this. We'll swing back here. I'm going to speed it up a little bit because we do have some more presentations. So here we have AmigaOS 3.3 Alpha running on Brian Compagnano's Amiga 4000. I haven't had a chance to dig into it, but I know Camelia Bowman did a presentation. Did you use my touchscreen monitor? The touchscreen monitor?
Is that it?
Yes. That's why I left it here.
Oh, that's why.
If you can get a USB cable, it's touchscreen. You can download the drivers and play with it. So we'll get that going later. It's just HDMI, and it should just take regular power. So we're going to get the touchscreen going on the A5000 here in a second. Over here, Stephen Solly is actively, what's that? Just a USB cable, the Type B, the big one. Here we got Stephen Solly working on the kernel. You want to see some kernel code on broadcasting the internet? Hopefully that's not stolen from MorphOS.
I can't say that.
Waiting for a reaction. No reaction. And here, I need to buy that. I need to buy that. Let's see. I've got some of these. Your 5-volt wire was not thick enough. What is this? Where's the switch? Oh, you plug in the switch. Your 5-volt wire is not thick enough on this. You got to look at that. Go look at an original 4000 power supply, and the 5-volt line is like 14 gauge or whatever it is.
You got a standard A4000 itself. But if you overspec your A4000, then
You mean if you put a PCI bus and you load up all the PCI cards and those Oro cards at the same time? Yeah. It's okay for normal people. Can you make an advanced one and charge me more so I can buy it?
We are.
Okay, I will buy it when it comes out. So there's an advanced one coming. You've learned that news here. Whole presentation tomorrow, hopefully. A bunch of other things for sale. Kickstart switcher.
And no, that's a
Floppy switcher. I like that. The grease weed stuff I got to buy. 500 plus module with a clock port. Very nice. Very nice. Clock ports rock. Cool. Thanks again for coming. I will. Oh, and Gerloff. Is this one, 2, or 3?
That's the second.
Second one. This is 2. Yeah. Very cool. Okay, I'll be back. I got to hustle here. So here we have a. What are you, little guy? Tabor? No, it's got pins. Sim 440. Oh, yeah, it is. What are those pins? GPIO? Ah, selling very well. AmigaOS 4.1 with XDock and enhancer. We've got the vultures, the vampires over here. Some coding going on. Oh, Steve, we've been down this way. And then my buddy Mike. Okay, let me jump down the last couple rows. Here's Brian again, the other Brian. Here we have the UniJoyle table. So we need to find him because he's supposed to be presenting. This thing is absolutely fantastic. I can't wait for him to show it off. We're going to do that immediately after this. I'm going to get 600. I think we're going to use this one for demos. I got a 1000. I got a laptop, a camera, Rogue Declan 0. Amazing game. Get it on Twitch, itch.io. How do you say that? Fantastic work. This 4000. I don't know what this Atari junk is doing here. Oh, what is this? Oh, now that makes... True Heart Atari. The 10-minute Atari retrocast. Okay. Ha-ha. Ha-ha. So little fun's happening. Here we got Chris Nelson in the corner with his solder bunch. I don't know what he's been working on these days, but Chris is a professional board jockey and does insane work and very, very knowledgeable. So lucky. Here's a Mister in the Checkmate mini case. Beautiful with the Simulate 2. Yeah, that's it. Yeah, that looks right. Over here is Zach. And then this is the Toga table. Is awesome. So here we're running Quake, Doom on a 4000, and here we're running Mario Bros. So we have a VIC-20. I used to play one of the James Bond games on this thing. I was fun when I was a kid. Commodore +4, a 600. Here's Roger on an X5000. It looks like.
Yeah.
Just kicking through his startup script. F startup.
Yeah.
Awesome. And then over here we've got the you want to buy just let me know. So here we've got Quake running on I don't know what.
RISC PC 700.
A RISC PC 7. Oh, the Acorn.
Yeah.
Running Quake. Okay. Very cool. So a RISC. Okay, this is the RISC stuff. Very cool.
Strong arm on this right here. This maker of strong arm.
Strong arm there.
On that card right there.
And could you in this system you can actually put a Intel as well?
Yeah. Fortunately, this card here is dead, but this would work as either a coprocessor for running the SPU off this chip right here.
Nice.
Or you can run DOS.
Sorry for all these insane technical challenges, but we're getting through. I hope that was enjoyable. Let me park this guy. Actually, no, I'm just going to click that and click that. Actually, I wanted that one. Okay. And I'm going to hang up on the Zoom, and we'll go back to regular audio, and then I'll see how...
Hola, hello. Okay. Hello. Okay. Hello. I'm going to talk about the UniJoystickle. Hello. My name is Ricardo Quesada, and I'm going to talk about the UniJoystickle. By the way, I have a lot of links on this presentation, so the presentation can be, if you go to tinyurl.com, UniJoystickle, AmiWest, you can find it there. So let's start with what is a UniJoystickle. So it's 5, PlayStation 4, PlayStation 3, Xbox, Nintendo Switch, Wii, balance board, steering wheels, Ouya, iCade, 8-bit, so they talk to the Bluetooth chip, and then you can, control the mouse or the joystick using a modern controller. And what I mentioned about the UniJoystickle is that it is an enhanced experience, and I'm going to talk about a bit later. What is an enhanced experience? But before I go into all the details about what is a UniJoystickle, I want to go back in history so you learn how I coined this name, UniJoystickle, that people tell me, hey, that's a terrible name. And I do not disagree, but I want to give you some history. So back in 2016, I had 2 hobbies. One was unicycling, riding unicycles. I was I was riding the unicycle everywhere. In fact, I didn't have a bike. If I needed to ride somewhere, I was taking my unicycle with me. And the other hobby that I had was retro computing. So I thought, okay, how can I merge these 2 hobbies together? The unicycle and retro computing. Okay, so I realized that the first thing to do is that I needed to create a unicycle game for the Commodore 64. Okay, so that's what I did. I created the Unigames. The Unigames is a very simple game for the Commodore 64. It's a 2-player game. You can play against another rider, or you can play against the computer. And I released it in 2016. And, it's open source. A fun fact about the unicycle, for example, you probably recognize that character is BC from the comic strip. So also, there are retro games for that. And that guy is not riding a unicycle. He's riding what's called a BC wheel, or the impossible wheel. And that's actually a real thing. So if you search BC wheel or impossible wheel, people are riding that stuff. Anyway, but that was not enough to merge both hobbies, because creating a unicycle game, okay, you can do it playing with the joystick. But what I wanted was to play the Unigames using a real unicycle, So I thought, okay, how can I do that? Okay, probably I need to put a sensor on the unicycle, and then a microcontroller that reads the sensor, and then I don't know, Wi-Fi or Bluetooth thing that talks to the Commodore 64, so I need to create a device there. So, okay, that looks kind of complex. That was how I was doing it, And this is a real thing. So it's not like a vaporware. That's a real thing. I invited unicyclist friends to my garage. That's my garage. And we played that game. So there's a video of us playing that game. So you can click there, and you will see 2 players competing, running playing the Unigames. Yeah. So that is why I'm calling this the UniJoystickle. A very difficult name, but it's a unicycle plus a joystick. Yeah, it's a UniJoystickle, Anyway. I want to give a fun story. Actually, Robert invited me to Convex in Las Vegas in 2016, and I went there. So I flew from San Francisco to Las Vegas, and I brought with me a unicycle. I needed to put a unicycle on the bag. So I took the unicycle with the smallest wheel that I had, and you know that the smaller the wheel, the closer the pedals are to the floor. Yeah? So while I was doing the demo, what could go wrong? I touched the phone on the pedal, the wheel was small, and boom, I crashed my phone. And I say, okay, yeah, that's what happens when you attach with tape, you put a pedal under a unicycle. But let's go fast forward to 2019. I had some kind of good feedback about, yeah, it's a nice idea to have to control the joysticks wirelessly, that's a good idea. But the idea of using a unicycle as a controller is not so much. So what about, using gamepads instead of a unicycle? So I started to research that. So the first thing was to replace the ESP8266, which is a Wi-Fi microcontroller that only supports Wi-Fi, and that is what I was using on the model on the UniJoystick. So on the UniJoystick 2, which is the two projects, the first one that only supported Wi-Fi and you needed to use a unicycle, it was using ESP8266, yeah? But it has 4 components, like the hardware, the thing that you attach to the Commodore. The firmware was very simple. It was just a Wi-Fi thing that was listening to some TCP port. And then I needed to write a mobile application for iOS and Android. Those applications were reading the gyro and sending that information back to the hardware. And then I needed to create a video game. Actually, of all these three things, actually creating the video game was kind of the most complex part. And on the unicycle too, the hardware is simple, but the firmware is really complex because I have to do everything from the Bluetooth stack until supporting the different controllers. But let's discuss a little bit why it's so complex, the firmware. When I started the project in 2019, Expressive, which are the company that produces the ESP32, released a tooling. Okay, if you want to create Bluetooth, yeah, this is the SDK that you have to use. And they provide all of those controllers are using Bluetooth Classic, not BLE. So I did some research, and either I needed to write everything from scratch or use another stack. So there's a Bluetooth stack called Blue Kitchen. What I like about it is that it supports multiple micro. One of the things that it supports is Live USB. That means that I can develop everything on my PC, test everything there, and once it works, test it on the ESP32. But the problem with I mentioned that it's complex. And what I want to describe is why it's complex. Because there are 3 important things that I have to do with on the UniJoystick, on the BluePath 32. The first is to identify the device. The device that is connecting to me, what is it? It's a gamepad, a mouse? Is it like a fridge? Is it like, I don't know, there are so many things could try to connect. Then when you establish a connection, you say, okay, yes, this is the device that I want to connect to. Establish a connection could fail for different reasons. And then once everything is connected, I need to parse the data that the gamepad is sending me and then send back data to the gamepad. For example, identifying the controller. To give you some examples. This is similar to USB, where Google, Apple, all their vendors. And then the product ID is another 16 number that they use to identify the device. But for example, on the Wiimote, the first generation has its own vendor and product ID. But the Wiimote, second generation, the product ID is different. But it's the same as the Wii U controller. So Wii U controller shares the same product ID and vendor ID as the second generation of Wiimote, but you have to identify by their name. For example, I think the DualShock 3 is called PlayStation Wireless or something. So some knockoff controllers, they had a typo on their name. Instead of having PlayStation 3, I think it says PlayStation or something like that. And for example, another controllers, they provide the heat descriptor. The heat descriptor is kind of the schema. They say, hey, if you want to parse my data, you have to use this descriptor. Some controllers, they don't provide a descriptor. So those are, what I'm mentioning is challenges that I had to solve. For example, when you establish a connection, you are trying to identify which host operating system they were trying to connect to. And based on that, they were sending one or another packet. And that, at least for me, it was very difficult to support Xbox controller. Now they release a new version, which is Xbox version 5, and everything is more standard. PlayStation 4, they had two models. One that was released, it breaks if you send a packet before another one. 8-bit, for example, when they connect and you establish a connection, they will keep sending a message saying, hey, I want to connect again. So those are things that happen all the time. So when you build a Bluetooth stack, you have to take that into account. For example, other interesting things that happens on the devices. The Nintendo Switch, you can dump, for example, the ROM. There's a command that says, hey, dump your ROM, and then it will dump the firmware. As I mentioned, for example, Xbox has three different firmware versions, 3, 4, and 5. And what's interesting is that their heat descriptor is different on each one. So you have to identify, okay, which Xbox firmware version are they using? 8-bit, for example, they support Rumble, but they didn't implement the protocol correctly. So if you send something like, hey, rumble with this magnitude, it will keep rumbling forever. You cannot turn it off. So those are all the things that I have to pay attention to, you know. So my goal is to have the best gamepad support, you know. And in order to do that, it's not that I reverse engineer anything. I'm taking, for example, from SDL. I think SDL is being, I don't know if Valve is developing SDL now, but I think Sam Latinga, which I think is the author of SDL, works for Valve. That's my understanding. And they have a huge database, ID, product ID, and the model. So I'm reusing the database from them. BlueC is the Bluetooth stack used by Linux. And they have some interesting features like, hey, if this vendor ID or whatever, I'm assuming this gamepad is being used. The Linux kernel has all the drivers, so I'm using that also as a reference. Android has all the mappings that sometimes I take a look at the mappings. I did some research on my own. Also, I read documents about how, for example, the Wii mode works or Nintendo Switch works. So I'm gathering information for all these different places to have the best possible gamepad support. And usually I go the extra mile. I'm not just, okay, I have a good support. I want to have the best possible experience with the gamepad. For example, Wii mode, you know? If you try to it for Wii modes, because the Wii mode uses as the pin the local Bluetooth address, and Android doesn't support that. And even if you can connect with, let's say, on other devices a Wiimote, most probably it's going to use it on vertical mode, but most probably you want to put it on horizontal mode. And also Wiimote, you can attach a nunchuck or other devices like a gamepad, and I'm supporting those features. The Wii Balance Board, for example, I'm supporting that. And the Wii Balance Board is great to play games like Decathlon, for example, that you have to, the games there, you could put an iPad and you had buttons there. Well, I support that. Nobody's supporting iPad anymore. For example, touchpad on the DualSense and the PlayStation 5 and PlayStation 4 gamepads. I support the touchpad so you can control the mouse from there. I support a lot of knockoff and clones, Rumble, Lightbar, player LEDs. So although I'm the author of this, and so it's going to be kind of subjective, I think, for example, that the Amiga has better gamepad support than or Windows or Linux. And I mentioned that I have this kind of enhanced experience, that the UniJoystick is bringing like enhanced experience to the Amiga or the Commodore 64. And by that, what I mean first is the ergonomics. You know, even though I like to use joysticks because it gives you that nostalgic feeling, it's very difficult to use a joystick. I mean, we are grown-ups and we were born using a joystick, so we don't have any problem. But if you give a joystick to a kid, for example, my kids, when they were like 6 and 4 years old, they had a lot of problems using a joystick. But a gamepad was much easier. And the other thing is, it's wireless. You know, when you have like, let's say your Amiga with a joystick plugged in, and you give a joystick to your kid, and your kid starts playing like this, you kind of are super scared that the Amiga is going to fly away. So also it's... The other thing is I support twin stick. And by that I mean that from one gamepad, I can control both joysticks at the same time. For example, the game Road Declan 0 was released a few months ago. It has built-in support for twin stick. So what I mean by that is like, for example, from this stick I can support joystick 2, from that other stick I support joystick 1, and I control both joysticks at the same time. Other games that you can use, I don't know if it was released for the Amiga, but it was released for the Atari, is Robotron 2084. That's another great game to play, to use twin stick mode. For example, on some gamepads, like DualSense 5, which is the PlayStation 5, sorry, DualSense, which is from PlayStation 5, or DualShock 4, which is from PlayStation 4, I support the touchpad. So when you connect a controller to the Amiga, you can control the mouse from here, and you can control joystick 2 from here. So you don't need like, oh, I need a Bluetooth mouse or I need a controller. Just from one, you can. For example, the C64 version has Rumble support. And what I mean by that is that I discovered a way to send 1 bit of information from the C64 to the UniJoystick, and the UniJoystick is using that bit of information to turn on or off the Rumble on the gamepad. So I took Rumble, I decompile it, and I modify Rumble. So when Rumble gets hit, the UniJoystick is the gamepad is going to Rumble. So I modify 2 games, Lemons and Rumble. And actually, the people that doesn't know that you have Rumble support and you give it, hey, play Rumble, and they're going to have like a great experience. They're going to say, oh, I didn't know that the Commodore 64 could do that, you know? So I mentioned that only the C64 version had that feature is because I have like a family of devices. Each one is optimized for, they share like 95% of all the logic, but they're just they're a little bit different. Especially everything related to the second and third button, they are a little bit different. I mentioned why it's called Bluepart 32, because I realized that I wrote this stack, that I put so much energy and love on the gamepad support that I realized, hey, I should be able to, provide, or offer this firmware to more people. So I rewrote everything in a way that is it's easier to add a new platform. So for example, I'm supporting now Arduino and CircuitPython using the Airlift module. So actually, there are like teachers that are teaching, robotics. They're using Bluepart 32 to teach kids how to control like a vehicle or a drone. So some people are using like a Wiimote with the accelerometer, with the gyro to fly a drone. So and that's super cool. And people are bringing, new ideas and sending patches. In any case, if you want to look at a detailed version of the architecture, it's there. And yeah, so the project, everything is open source, it's the schematic, the firmware, everything is on GitHub. You can create your own. In any case, if you like the project and you don't want to build yourself, I brought with me a few devices that if you want, you can purchase them. I'm selling there in the back. And here are the links, a link to the talk, and link to the UniJoystickle 1, link to the UniJoystickle 2, where you have the hardware files, the schematic, the firmware. Doug.
Yeah, I just bought one, by the way, and it works absolutely fantastic. I bought 3 actually.
Thank you.
So I should be able to use that to have a Bluetooth mouse connected all the time, and a joystick connected all the time, boot it up with Bluetooth mouse and controls the Amiga just fine?
As long as the UniJoystickle has power, you can leave it connected. But I don't know about the battery. So most probably the game is auto power off, yeah? So it's going to be good. But otherwise, even though the mouse most probably is using Bluetooth low energy and it doesn't consume a lot of energy, if you're not using it, just power it off for the battery consumption of the device, for the controllers, yeah. But yeah.
But it should just be recognized when you power the mouse back on once you link it up?
Yeah, so Bluetooth, how it works is, first it's going to try to, when you are in pairing mode, it's going to create a bond. And then it's going to store the keys, So once the keys are established, then let's say you disconnect them, then the reconnect is going to be faster. The problem is that sometimes, and this happens not only on the UniJoystickle, everywhere, like let's say that the host has the bonding keys, and you connected the mouse, for example, there's a way to delete the bonded keys, so it reconnects faster, But yeah, it's the thing about Bluetooth is that it's not magic. My PC has connection issues, so I'm doing my best to solve all the reconnecting issues, and so far everything is working good. But every now and then I say, oh yeah, I have to delete the bonded keys,
I've never owned a Bluetooth device on anything that connected to anything that works reliably on it.
Yeah.
Sometimes they just quit, you're like, okay, I have to reconnect it now, you got it happens.
Yeah. 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 And any other questions? What? Thank you very much.
Hello, 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 hello. Can you hear me? Okay. So a couple updates. It is 2:23 local. Got held up in traffic. Was not in a position where he can travel. I know he went to Amiga 38 last year, so maybe or last week, so maybe he's not feeling well. An update on the hotel internet situation. The service provider people reached out to Comcast to find an update from Comcast. Comcast looked at the circuit, and it's basically the hotel. Some private hotel function is burning down all the bandwidth in the hotel. So that's a little tough to deal with. It doesn't show up in speed tests. It only really manifests itself with this type of streaming. Thursday, Friday was totally fine. Had no issues with that. So we will continue to work with the hotel. Oh, here's Ron Nichols. Hey, Ron. Are you with RJ? Do you have RJ with you? Do you want to talk for an hour? We're looking for RJ. Ron Nichols got it. Just walked in. He'll come into the camera view here in a few seconds. Oh my God, is that Tony? Oh man, we miss you, buddy. Just looking at the YouTube chat, my old buddy Tony's in there. You'd love it, Tony, if you were here. Could check it out and see how we got it all set up. All the different cameras going. This one's wireless. This is a wireless one. Well, technically it's wired, but it's PTZ and all that kind of stuff. The GoPro crapped out. Does that a lot. They're unreliable for this type of work, just if you ever need to know that. I got my X5000 up top. Unfortunately, Renee's VNC server is not working all that well, which is something I got to continue to debug and figure out why it's not letting me connect to it, or I could drive it from this side of the room. What else? Oh, maybe it's back. No. Yeah. Poor GoPro. Great show this year. I did a walkthrough a little while ago of the show floor. Absolutely amazing energy. Fantastic product. Bunch of next generation. The only thing we don't really have, well, two things we don't have, is Aros representation and MorphOS representation, and that always bugs me. I wish we could get more of that on the show floor and at AmiWest, so that the people that come and love Amiga and want to learn more about it can learn about those products and technologies too. It's a thing. What else? Yes, crap. I agree. No, it's not their fault. It's actually the hotel. We learned that just now. That we talked to the hotel. Speed tests all work out great because speed tests are very small, and it gets just past the buffer. So the speed test runs great, but if you do a prolonged speed test, which is effectively what we're doing here, it doesn't work for diddly jack. Or at least it works. It throttles. I did reduce my canvas size. I did reduce the stream bandwidth, and that did help a little bit. But it also was massively disruptive on the stuff I have to do on this side of the house. So power that down for now. Hell, I don't even know if Gary's around. I hope he's around. What else? And then my mobile. That was fun. There's Brian walking into screen. Let me check Discord. There's a question on Discord about the show floor. It's open, everybody. You just kind of walk in. We never charge for tickets. Blue screen, and you can do multi-touch, and it will bounding box your fingers. Yeah, I don't know how to get there, but it's cool. Yeah, we're just talking about the OS4 touchscreen driver that we now have running on the show floor. It's definitely very cool. Let's see. Yeah, Amiga 38 had 800 people, absolutely. I think the difference between Amiga 38 and AmiWest is that at Amiga 38, if you are willing to drive for 5 hours, you're covering about 70, no, what's the number in Europe? 200 million people? Like, within that location, I'm looking at Mike Brantley's nodding, within that location in Germany, you drive for 5 hours, you're probably covering 10, 15 major capitals. You've got a massive number of Amiga people. If you drive for 5 hours in California, you have not left the state. Maybe if you go due east from here, you'll get halfway through Nevada. So go look at a map and you can see how many people are there. Not a lot. So it's a little more work, to get here. It is Sacramento, which is even further on the beaten path. But AmiWest I think is a great size, and someone else's comment about rather be 50 than 800. It is very personable. You get to know everyone's name. It's more like a gather their Amigas and their systems than a lot of the other type events out there. Would it be bigger? Yeah, I think the biggest AmiWest was probably 450. Maybe more like 600 or 700 with a banquet of 450 people. That year, they actually broadcast the banquet on a television channel in the Sacramento area. They actually wheeled in the whole production studio with multiple cameras, and they presented the banquet. I forget what channel it was, but people at home could dial in. Jerry's looking around. He's on. He can show people the email if they want verification that we didn't just make it up. You got to show it to Kevin. He's pissed. Kevin looks like he's going to get violent over there because he's here for RJ. That's it. He's sitting in the front row and he's got an evidence collection bag. He wants like a hair sample or something for his collection. I don't know. It's getting weird over there. RJ is scheduled to be here. I overheard Chris Collins a few minutes ago saying he offered to drive him, but he did not. So we don't know where. TV's on his way or something?
I tried to call him yesterday and realized that I got his contact from the phone.
Yeah, we'll see if we can't reach RJ. Chris's comment is he's probably outside drinking Chardonnay. That's probably true. Yeah, we could pivot to Andre. Do him a little earlier. Do him at 3 o'clock. And I might go take a nap. Prepare for the banquet. Yeah, this has been a rough one. I mean, the whole thing, Robert's cable, which I didn't pick up on. Oh my god. I mean, the presentation station's working great. No one's brought anything to plug in, but I got S-Video, composite, VGA, HDMI. I have a component adapter just in case. I literally have everything they could possibly have. Oh, eBay. We could just throw down other presentations. We could have Dan present his game to a wider crowd if he wants to show it off. We can do a lot of stuff. With no RJ. I blame you, Brian.
Huh?
I blame you.
You do, huh?
Well, I know RJ's in your trunk. You're going to take him home.
I don't have a trunk.
Well, then he's sitting comfortably in the back of your SUV. You're going to kidnap him. You know what I am going to do now, though? Did I fix this? Oh, it just died again. Let me see if this works again.
Yeah, I like this idea. This is good.
I did. Hold on one second. Someone posted, do I have S-Cart? I don't have S-Cart. That's the one thing I don't. Okay, so we're gonna muck up the schedule a little bit. I'd love it, and then restart it. Background, lots of bit defender. End task. I also don't know where my glasses are. That would probably help a lot with my headache. Maybe I should look for those. But I mean, obviously the audio quality right now is fantastic, and things are working great now. Last year we had much longer drops, which are pausing out the stream. So I think you guys aren't as impacted as it was last year. Okay, it's called AmiWest. We just pivot and bring people quality entertainment and content. And I don't know where my glasses are. Boo. I have these. So what we're going to do is we are going to bring our man, Andre. Ah, I found them. All these black cases I have with everything. Oh, so much better. So we're going to have Andre Kubart. If you go to the schedule, he was going to be presenting directly after. Yeah, let me get you hooked up. Okay, I'm going to go on mute, and I'm going to get some technical junk done. Okay, we're gonna have Andre here. So Andre, go stand over by the table there. You're good. Yeah, just click it once to go green. Yeah, yeah. I'll unmute you when you're back over there, and make sure the pip is next to your mouth. Okay, so I'm gonna bring up house. You guys can hear me. I don't want to overload like we've done it. Okay, so Andre, you should be hot.
Well, welcome to the presentation. So I'm Andre from Germany actually, and from Switzerland a bit. I'll explain that in a second. So I'm going to present something about the demo scene. So who of you here in the room has not heard about the demo scene? Okay, good. So one guy. Okay. So hopefully not stating the obvious then here. But I'm very happy that I can introduce what's going on in this vibrant digital subculture in the past couple of years, and what has been going on and achieved in a particular effort of the community in the past years. So I'm representing the Swiss Demo Scene Association called Echtzeit, which means real time. It's a small community in Switzerland, also rebooting the demo party culture in Switzerland, and I will also come to that. I'm in the demo scene since 2015 only, so I'm really sad that I didn't join in the early days. Nevertheless, when I first joined one of the demo parties, I got hooked right away and have not left ever since. I'm not one of the coders, but I'm trying to make myself useful with demo scene outreach and presenting the community wherever I can. Also cross-leveraging different types of conferences. So we are due to present demo scene at the cybersecurity conference in November. So we are doing some kind of cross-pollination there. So I am part of this Echtzeit. Is coming up actually in February next year. So dates are on there. It's 16th to 18th of February. So if you're interested in coming to the heart of Europe and coming to Switzerland, then please come and join us there. So demo scene is about demonstrating, but in the most positive way that you can imagine. It's about demonstrating your own skills and the capabilities of a certain machine that you pick. So the demo scene is producing the artifacts called demos, which are real-time rendered audiovisual productions running on real hardware. And it can be basically anything that you can program to execute a demo. Popular platforms are obviously C64, Amiga, Atari, PC, and everything that is kind of common hardware, but you can also do stuff on very obscure things. You might even want to run a demo on a floppy 1541 with the graphics output coming from the floppy, so stuff like that. So you can do anything, and it's rooted in the home computer revolution of the 80s, and it comes from the cracker, where people just created these demos because they like to do it. And this is a very, very strong attachment to this community because people love what they do and they love the community. So I already said we can run it on any platform. Amiga is a big already, and still in the demo scene. It has been one of the key platforms of the scene for ages, and we will look into a couple of demos later on. There is huge documentation of all that in the repositories that are online, and people usually get together to release a demo at a so-called demo party. Who of you has been to a demo party? Oh, there's 2 people in the room. Okay, that's a little bit different than this year. It's really feels like a combination of a hackathon, a LAN party, and a real party. So I've brought you some pictures there. It's people getting to air the demos on a big screen there, and they crunch their demos, program their demos, usually till the last minute of the deadline. So there is a deadline to which you have to submit something, and then it will be showed to the whole, aired to the whole community later on, and people can vote. So it's a competition thing. So people compete friendly among one another, and this is also what makes the community tick to some degree. So this is Evoke demo party in Cologne in 2014. Next slide is Helsinki assembly demo party, big demo party community in the Nordics in Europe, and at Revision, which is the largest demo scene event, which is happening always over Easter in Germany, in Saarbrücken. Around about 1,000 people are on site, so it's major. And you see this is a really big hall. It's an old electricity power plant. You have a really big screen, club discotheque style audio system, and people work there, and then they have a schedule to which they air all the productions that have been handed in a certain category. And it's vast. So this is a selection of the Revision 2023 competitions in which you could enter your works. So meaning we have small size things like 256 byte intros, 3D graphics, but also a whole lot of Amiga stuff. Intro is small size code. Demos can be basically without limitations in the size. And you have also other old school type of platforms, like anything that you want in the 8-bit world, and open-ended new age hardware PC with everything top-notch stuff. And sometimes you limit yourself in sizes like 4K or 8K or 64K, or the open class demos where you have basically no limitations at all on the size of the code. It has been added to a bit like making it more accessible to people who cannot code. So usually a demo is a collaboration of people creating graphics, creating the code, creating the orchestration. But to make it more approachable for anyone, we have already added stuff like photo competitions where you have a certain motto and hand in a photo, or just graphics or just music, so that anyone has a chance to contribute. And yeah, so this has been wildly successful over the years. We have strong documentation platforms. We have a platform called DemoZoo, where everything is recorded. All the video recordings of the demos are available. The code, the executable, the demo groups are registered, the demos are registered, the parties are registered, and all the results are registered. So if you want to look up certain artifacts of the scene, you have a great place to go and find out about anything and everything. And also the links to the Slack channels, Discord communities, and so on if you want to get involved directly. So we have done a little study why this is people do, why are they attached to this community. Most interesting, or maybe not interestingly, it's not about just the technology, it's about the people and the community spirit. So most of these people have some kind of alienation feeling with the world and want to deal with that with artistic expression. So that's what brings them to the scene, and they are motivated to create something aesthetically relevant or with digital means. And they come to it and maybe sometimes start as a solo project, but then usually get absorbed by the community and get together in groups to create these pieces. And it's meeting like-minded others and create stuff that counts to you and the people in unison, what makes them and band together. And if people get new to this community, it's either they think, oh wait, I don't understand any of this, but those people who get it, for them it's usually like a revelation. They think, why have I not found about this before? I wanted to be there forever because these people, it's the reason why we have so many. So if you look at the demoparty.net, you will find there are so many demo parties all over the world, mostly in Europe, sadly, that it's really good to get connected right away. So I'm particularly here in the States also, and I'm really happy that I can be here at this event to spread the word about the demo scene more in the States, because I think there's obviously tremendous potential from the States where the computing technology that those people also love so much is coming from, and there's only a small community of demo parties and demo scene events in the States. So I would very much like to change that, and maybe this can be like a nucleus for getting this done. I had a interesting interaction last week in the Computer History Museum with the president, Daniel Lewin. He's also very much interested in doing stuff with the demo scene, so maybe we have a good chance here. Having all that said, I outlined a bit why people come to the scene and stick to it. It's a really digital culture happening. It's about the people and the community, not just technology, even though technology plays an important role in this whole community. So I alluded to with the title of the presentation already a bit, why is this important to us and why does it count and what are we doing with this now? So we have been with the community on a multiple year effort to get the demo scene recognized by UNESCO as intangible cultural heritage of mankind as the first digital culture ever. And this is the reason why these two guys here on the slides have initiated a project called The Art of Coding, which banded together the community and drove this UNESCO application process country by country. So this is usually a country effort, which means recognized as intangible cultural heritage by UNESCO. Finland was first, big demo scene in Finland. Germany was next, then Poland, and just recently the Netherlands and Switzerland. So this is major. So this is something that was hoped for, but not really expected in this path and in this speed. So what's next is we obviously continue writing national applications. However, the idea is to have a multinational application, meaning to get on the UNESCO World List of Intangible Cultural Heritages. So this would be a tremendous success. And even now we have a big success because this is the first digital culture ever which has entered the Intangible Cultural Heritage recognition of UNESCO. So, yeah. Having all that said, I think we can take a look at the demo. I've brought a couple of examples here in the slides. The slides will be published, so you can look it up later. Before I go through the slides, let's just look at a demo, right? So I will switch the screen and we can look at one of the recent productions. So I will just do a reboot in this machine. Thanks for Doug for lending me the A600 with OCS and HDMI output. I have deliberately picked only demos which are original chipset or enhanced chipset. So this would run on any stock Amiga 500. And I'll shut up for a minute. Well, let's maybe wrap up the presentation and then we can watch a couple more. Yeah, so we'll watch this one actually next. So this was kind of a recent demo. That was this one that we've just saw here. It was released as a mail swapping release, like a traditional old school thing. It was not released at a party. It was released in December 2020 in the middle of COVID to keep everyone cheering up, still locked in lockdowns. So it was distributed then online afterwards. And this is something that's important to note. Maybe turn it off for good. Can you turn down the audio from the machine? Well, the audio from the Amiga was running. Can you turn it down? Sorry. It was turned on, so off now. Okay, so there you see in the footnote there is a reference to the Meteorix Award, which is like the demo scene Oscars. So it's like a committee gets together every year and looks at the past year's productions in a different category set and says, okay, these are the ones that we consider worthy in a certain category to receive this Meteorix Award. And at a certain event, then it's basically published which one won. And the Meteorix is something that has been coming up in the past couple of years, and it's now an institution of the demo scene. So we have done the laureate procedure at the Mountain Bytes demo party in Switzerland this year, and hopefully we'll be able to do the same again next year in Switzerland. So all this information are on this DemoZoo website. So if you look at DemoZoo, you will find all the details, and you will find the disk images of the demos, and you will find executables and sometimes also reference to GitHub where they explain how they did it. All right, I have a couple listed in here. This is, let me get more. And then obviously the old school stuff like State of the Art by Spaceballs. It's all, it's very cool. And it is from '92, right? So this is an old thing, but it's legendary. And yeah, that's you probably also know, mega demo from Tri-State Sector. Yeah, that's about the Amiga demos. What we also do is like outreach events and publications. Let's get back. It was too fast clicking. It's a lag a bit, yes. So we do publications about the demo scene. So this is an excerpt from a German retro computing magazine where we usually present demo scene stuff. And this was the special issue of the Return magazine for the Amiga 500 Mini. So we got together with a couple of people from the scene and wrote up little mini reviews about demos, and it was in that magazine. Same is coming up for the C64 this year, and there's also a demo article in this. It's German, but well, we try to publish and distribute information about the scene wherever we can. Wrapping this up, obviously, there's all the other platforms as well. Very many C64 productions, very impressive size coding things like 256-byte demos in the PC world. So there's a whole separate demo party about only size coding, which is very, very popular. So this is a thing that worth checking out. And yeah, so it's a vast universe. So everyone who is interested should definitely look it up and join. And I highly encourage you to go to a demo party if you ever have the chance. If you go to a revision, it's like a real blast, but it's really cool to be there. But there's also smaller events which are not so overwhelming, maybe. All right, so that's it. There's lots of 4K stuff in the PC world as well. And yeah, everything is online available. These are my home bases of where I work off. So Echtzeit I mentioned. I'm also part of the Berlin Demo Scene Association Computerkunst, which is computing arts. Digital Retro Park is a museum close to Frankfurt in Offenbach, and the Art of Coding is the project to bring the demo scene on the UNESCO list. All right. I'm done with talking. If there are any questions, let me know, and then we can watch a couple of more demos. Chris, please.
Yeah, I wanted to ask a question. Actually, a whole bunch of questions.
Yeah, that's the question. The question was, why is UNESCO important? So the demo scene is like an underground, like somewhat, and there is a constant debate. Do we want to have this big recognition because we are fearing it can be too commercial, so we'll be swamped with big tech, whatever. So this is like a very fine line that we have to walk to preserve the culture as it is without being compromised by too much money. However, these events are usually starving money-wise, funding-wise. So it's usually a major community effort putting at risk the livelihoods of the people who do it. So it would be good to have a moderate capability of attaining funding for getting the events run, doing the preservation activity, doing everything that's related to preserving the culture without that it's a stretch on the community only. So the hope is that with the UNESCO recognition, we will get the potential for acquiring more public funding in Europe and all over the world. So this has not happened so far. So this is only community work. And so that's the reason why people said, well, we are a digital culture. Why not try to aim for the UNESCO recognition so that we are more sustainably funded and more sustainably set up for the future? I hope that answers the question. You have more questions?
Yeah, so if you're a person who is not a coder and maybe not ready to contribute art to the scene, but want to experience the demo scene culture, go to Switzerland or whatever, experience assembly or revision, what is that like for those people? Are they welcome in that environment?
Yeah, the question is, if you're not a coder, what can you do to experience the scene and how does it feel for you? So the scene is very open. So anyone and everyone who's interested to experience the community and see the works of the community are very welcome. It's a very welcoming community, and it's very rewarding to be there. I think for some people who have no idea what's happening and looking at this, it can be not so connecting. So if you don't really appreciate that this is coming from a 35-plus-year-old machine, what you're seeing there, and it's something that is very, very particular, and obviously it can be done on modern hardware 10 times better or 100 times better, but you have to be appreciative of what's going on at least a bit. So that's for complete outsiders, I think, the biggest hurdle. Otherwise, it's like a party. It's a community thing. You can talk to people. You can approach everyone. They will be very open to welcoming you, and they will obviously try to get you into the scene, because we are very, very looking forward to getting new people in. It's like here we are all older people now, or getting older, so we have like a succession problem. So we need fresh blood into the scene. That's why we need to do. And there is these different categories that I mentioned where you can contribute even if you're not a coder. And you don't have to contribute. If you just go and enjoy the show and enjoy the party and connect with people, you're fine to do that. So the question is everything open source? Is it published? Can you know what's going on? Or is it secret source that people put in? So I'd say it depends completely on your own preference. It was like secret sourcey and in the early days more, but it's completely opening up. So you can find tons of things on GitHub for particularly the size coding guys. They are insane. They have a size coding wiki where everything is documented. You can see all the code sequences, how they do it. They are very, very welcoming, helping you get on board, getting up to speed. So it has opened quite a lot. At the demo parties, there's usually a seminar track where people present their tool chain. So they show you how they code on a modern platform and completely port it over, or they have created their own demo production tools that they completely have as open source available there. The cables is a good example. This is a thing that was created by a bunch of people running their small company and having a complete open source tool set for creating top-notch PC animations that are commercially used. So it's very open. I think if you don't want to publish, it's your choice, but it has opened quite a lot, so people are publishing. Yeah. So the question is if not one person can do everything, so you can either do code or music or graphics, or how do you find people many years, sometimes even, put on work in? It's a big team effort, and it's all on the side. Like, this is completely non-commercial. Usually people are from the industry. They are from the gaming industry, from the media industry, whatever, in music. So they know one another, and you can demonstrate what you can do, and you can pitch for a group, or you just get together and say, oh, well, why don't we do a demo completely dynamic? Ron?
You talked about team efforts. What percentage are team efforts and what percentage are individual efforts of the demo?
Say again.
What percentage are team? You talked about a lot of them are team efforts.
Yeah.
How much are team efforts and how much are individual efforts?
I'd say the demo productions are usually team efforts. So smaller productions can also be one-man things. So 256 bytes is not like a project for a team, but it's an interesting thing to do. But the bigger productions are usually teams creating it together, and they usually have the complete credits in the demo somewhere, or on the demo Zoom page you see who has contributed which part, and you know what's going on. It's mostly team effort. Sure. Yeah, if you want to reuse stuff, you can obviously always ask, right? So the community is very sensitive about using material that others created. So you can do this and say, well, I'm doing a remake of this demo on another platform, and you quote and say, okay, obviously this is a remake. If you just steal stuff, I think this will not be appreciated. But everyone is really approachable. You usually know who did it, and you can talk to him and tell him, look, if we want to do something together, can you do a soundtrack for the demo? And usually there is some kind of conversation around it, and you will figure it out.
So pirates are very sensitive about pirating.
They are not. Yeah. So this is an excellent point. So are pirates sensitive about piracy? So obviously it's like an ethical thing. Also in the early days. So I think has transitioned into the community. So that it still works so well, because people are in a friendly competition and want to be recognized, and also want to recognize each other's work. So that's the reason. This was in this community study as well. So people want to be recognized as someone who contributes, and at the same time they are very, very appreciative of Yes. So the question was, if you go next year or 2025 to a demo to Europe and want to go to a demo party, where should you look? What's happening? So demoparty.net is the going on in the community. Look there. Obviously, you can also join one of the Discord channels and just ask people. They will tell you, okay, look, this is happening there, come there, or be helpful also in getting you up to speed when you get to the party and take your first steps on party ground.
It's probably more of a roundtable type of discussion that would exceed this format, but it'd be interesting to hear or experience a conversation about why the demo scene seems to be largely a European phenomenon and doesn't seem to have as much traction outside of the...
Yeah, so the question or the idea is what makes this demo scene more successful in Europe, or why was it more successful in Europe? I only have my speculations. We can pick it up later if you like. One key theme that I think is visible is that lots of people in Europe got exposed to this in a certain time in their life, and this was usually young folks, and home computers were extremely successful in Europe, particularly C64 and Amiga. So I think that was the reason why people also had the possibility to do stuff with machines. And I think and some of them only started with gaming, right? So gaming was also a big thing, obviously, and you want to do more. But then in the US, I think mostly electronics getting into the reality of many people in the world came via consoles. So right, it was much more difficult to do stuff actively on a console, right? Because you just couldn't program it. So could have gotten more successful in Europe because it was just a community thing happening with the capability to program the machines yourself. Yeah, there's no real studies about this, or maybe I don't know them, but I think this is kind of different strands of technology getting adopted to a certain degree in these different regions, and this is why this ended up like this.
I think in some cases the 8-bit machines had a much longer lifespan in Europe, whereas I think in North America it had a full years before people moved on rapidly, and perhaps the Berlin Wall falling, the adoption of this technology in Eastern Europe helped keep that energy and momentum going, and that kept selling 8-bit machines.
Yeah, you're right. 8-bit was a thing very, very long in Europe overall, and that could help. I appreciate totally your idea of having more breakout discussion about this. I'd love to do this. What we are hoping for is to have like an unconference about digital culture at some point. So I'm looking at AI and Metaverse and all that, so probably we do Olympics for demo scene and digital culture, yeah.
Lots of caffeine.
More questions?
About a month ago, there was an Amiga party in Long Beach, California, but it was not well advertised. How would they advertise on your sites here? Or which sites would you recommend for advertising that party?
Yeah, so how to advertise community events. So most obviously the demoparty.net is something usually for demo parties. There's also other community events announced there. So also more like retro community events are published there, which have some kind of friendly liaison with the demo scene. So if you wanted to publish something there, you could. I'd say demoparty.net. So if you see there's a couple of parties on demoparty.net which are not key demo party events. For example, next week there's an Atari. Thank you for being here and being interested. We'll just run a couple of more demos, right?
That's right. I have returned, everyone. We're going to take a little bit of a break. What's up, Robert?
Ron is not going to talk today.
So hopefully that was enjoyable. I enjoyed it. I love Amiga demos. Maybe I'll spend some more time with that in the future. Let me change to the show floor. Cut. Let me make sure that microphone is muted because they're probably giving out state secrets there. Yowzer. Let me try my VNC again. And we will go from there, folks. Thanks again for tuning in. Really appreciate it. Not as popular stream this year. So hopefully there'll be some people watching after. But, you know, we had a lot of technical problems this morning. Got a better understanding of what's going on now with the hotel internet. We'll continue to chase that down and maybe have it solved by next year. Maybe not. It's hard to say. But we'll keep working on it. We have so few options in this area at this hotel. It's crazy.
I did see you reach into your pocket earlier. The visual communication to that. Finding the arm. Keeping the arm. Yeah, I did that too. But like I did watch microphones. Well, kind of have that crazy of that. It's more complicated. Kind of interesting. Because we were not getting it. Number one, it wasn't, there was no university. Right? It was really a race by industry. People captured the right. And that meant that it was all of, quarterback in high school, quarterback in college, that's all that we're in the football game. Where we thought of, that's who you're going to take. No practice, right? I think you're right. I think the whole thing behind stealing the game. Hello. Hello, AmiWest. In raffle time. If you need last minute tickets, I'll give us a few more minutes. You get our tickets off, get them put in. We're going to do prices 1 through 10, which are the big ticket items. We got the Emulation, we got the pipe card, the keyboard, we got the gift card. We're also waiting for our raffle drawer to come. Great for them to do the raffle draw. So probably like 5 or 10 minutes, and then we're going to start up the draw. George at the sales table has the raffle ticket. You don't know George? He's the hands available behind the sales table. Looks like Chris Cobb is reading out numbers from memory. Do you have all your numbers memorized? Alright, yes. Chris has all the numbers memorized. Longer 3 seconds. All right. So let's go over here. We're gonna work from 10 down to 1. So let's see here. 10. So item 10 is from Alinea Computer Shop. It is an OmniPort iString multi-port adapter for Amiga 1200. It is designed for the iString, but can be used with other items as well. It's a pretty generic adapter. Is that all the tickets? And nothing's up in the back. All right, Grace is going to be our picker. Is that good enough? All right, you're the expert. Okay. Pull the number out. And do you want to read it? You want me to read it? Okay, I can read it. This one is 418143. 418143. Are you serious? You just said you were going to win. 418 143. This is where it's all figure out great stuff.
What press there is going to be a button.
We have a winner.
That was Flash Monster. Every chip, 10%.
You put your ticket in, even though it did? You're ruining the system, man.
right. So burn those. Pick one up. This is 418 112. 418 112.
I got it. It's a ray out of the power. I got it, Jerry. 112.
112.
There you go. What is it?
For the Amiga.
I wanted that.
All right.
I know what it is.
Perfect.
Are you saying you knew? Actually, knew what it was?
So,
I want the ice cream bottle too.
all right. So, guys, just take note to build on this. I've got all the contact information. I can get it hooked up with the license. All righty. And what do we have next here? What number are we on? 8. All right. Let's dump those in there. 8 is popular. 8 is from Amiga on the Lake. We dropped a couple. Those that might be mine because I'm in this one.
Is that how yours got on top?
All right. This is the Amiga on the Lake. It is the Kipper 2K mechanical keyboard for the Amiga 500. I don't even know if the original orders have been filled on this. I know some of you in the room have been part of that. They still be part of that. Sorry. All right, here we go. And we have 417 828. 828. I got it.
Rick.
828. We gotta have it to get it.
Redraw.
All right, 828. There we go. All right. Next one. Oh, this one was just sitting up there. Yeah. All right, firmly sticking. This is the other Amiga Lake donation. The same product as the Amiga 1200. Mechanical keyboard. Come up and take one. 417 661. 417 661 for an Amiga 1200 mechanical keyboard. A unicorn indeed. All right. All right, and I'm just realizing I left this in my truck. It's right outside the door here. So, hold on to that. We're gonna, you wanna go so I can get it? There's a brown box up there. It's about like grab that and bring it in. All right. And then we are up to number 6. Go ahead and grab that and dump it in. So we're going to have 2 draws on number 6. We have 2 $100 gift cards to AmigaStore.eu. Love stuff. Do your magic. Thank you. This one is 418 475. Let's see here. me to email you the code, or okay. All right, we got 2 on this one, so you can go ahead and reach in there again. This one is 418474.
Oh, you kidding me?
418474.
That's the one you just, that's literally the number you just picked. Yeah. Yeah, that's what I just handed you.
Actually, it's 475.
Oh, okay. 475?
This one's 474. Alright, you alright? Well, then I don't email it to you because I think you can just take this invoice and have both those on it. Congratulations, Doug. You just made my life easy. This one is for Xbox version 2. So this one is not nearly as popular. Alright, there you go. 417742. 417742. Yeehaw! Got a winner.
I'm gonna hang around Christmas.
Beautiful thing. Number four. All right, now we're getting to the speed. Number 4 is the A600 Pi Storm. It's the adapter and the Pi. What I like, as we get to these higher value prizes, I'm noticing professionals with little crinkle chickens in the corners. I know what I can play. Yeah. All right. Looks like the crinkle chicken method worked for someone. 418192. 418192. Oh Lord, Chris. It looks like an 418192. Woo!
I don't win anything. I don't know what it is. I don't know what it is.
There you go.
I'm going to work on an Atari SD. Yeah. Yeah, does this work in that Atari SD? Oh!
Yes, it does. Number 3, another Pi 500 or Pi Storm, the A500, V500. Once again, adapter with Pi 3, Pi 3A to be exact. Yeah. And based on the number of tickets, more of you have 500 from 600. You ready? Let's go. Alrighty. 418198. Is that you? 418198. Alright. That does my heart good to see you guys pulling out reams and reams of tickets. Next year. So then, 500. After? And there's the pie. You're welcome. Even with the pie theme, this is for the 1200. If you don't have a 1200, need a sale table. We've got a few left. All right, is that it? Oh, we got too much. Separate it for us. There you go. I know. Get anything past you. All right, here we go. I guess we'll let it happen.
Well, maybe we should go check the rules.
There we go. All right. So now we're at this BFG 96. Come on, baby. You want to sing this for tomorrow? No. All right. There we go. We got one more. So this is a big one. This is why I got this little sub out, because I didn't think we could use these things to pull out of it. I think it will too. Be careful, there's a lot in there. You know, we can make it a little bigger. Those drawstrings are pretty tight. Who made this thing? There's a lot in there. All right. Oh, nope, there's one in there. All right. I think we're going to have to make this with our hands, because I'm afraid when you pop one, this will just make a mess everywhere. Oh, you found them connected? Yeah, like that. Yeah. It's like making bread. If you call that number, someone's gonna ride. You ready? This is a big one. No pressure, but everybody wants this. Go deep. This is tough. All right, here we go. 418. 3. 418. 3. We have a winner. There you go. Congratulations. All right. So that's the first one item. We'll do the rest tomorrow at the end of the stream. Same rules, must be present to win. If you did not win an accelerator and you really need one, our friend here, Matthew, sells a few of these things. And encourage you to go there and do the other stuff. Next is the banquet. I'm gonna need some help. The hotel is not providing help with the setup, so we're gonna need to get 8 round tables into the speaker area. Move those chairs off, tables in, put the chairs back, And I know you're all white mathematical people. You look at the square footage and you go, there's no way 8 tables are going to fit in that area. And you were absolutely correct. So part of this is going to be moving these islands down so that we can have the tables fill out in this direction. I know. You just got it set. I'm sorry. We have limited place to work with. But I'm sure if we work together, take our time,
AmiWest
be simple with our equipment, we can take it care of in no time.
Well, there's Ron. Launching webcam application. No, by what black mat? Oh, it's alive! I fixed it. Oh, I should turn off the Andre thing. Okay, so thank you to all of our sponsors. How many people am I talking to? 15. Fantastic. Thanks to our sponsors. We've got A-Eon, the Sacramento folks who host the show. We've got Sordan, amazing makers of equipment, Tank Mouse from them. These things are super cool if you haven't noticed it, if you have one. Okay, green is the Wi-Fi color. Oh. And blue is the Bluetooth color. See it turn blue? I don't know how they thought about that, but I'm like, okay, that's cool. It's got a little place in the door cover here for the module. It's a fantastic mouse. I'm thinking about adding a couple of weights, so it's just got a little bit more of the Tank Mouse weight, and it would just be spectacular. Then we got Rabbit Hole Computing right here, and then we've got Amiga Forever. Mike's at the show. We love Mike, and he's giving out cards. So if you get the card, you can get the license key. And I want to show my key. Alenia Computer, thank you, thank you, thank you. Bought a bunch of stuff from these guys over the years. Great product for 1200s. We've got Amiga Kit XC. I just want a license. I'm going to put it on my A12. We really appreciate it. I was hoping to win the BFG. All the Pi Storms. It's just absolutely fantastic to see. We love, 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 love it. Someone is looking at me. Yes? Are you leaving? You going home? Okay. Okay. That's Paul Sadlick. So I'm going to go ahead and shut down this. Oh, Alfredo. In the chat, we did get it set up. We have it. And you know the touchscreen for the crew tomorrow. If you haven't tried it, you can get a touchscreen pretty cheap. And it's awesome. He's done an amazing job. Great to see you on the stream. Thank you so much. We'll show off your software tomorrow on the touchscreen for the broadcast. You're right. I did miss it during the show walkthrough, but we did get it running, and everyone here loves it. They think it's fantastic. I showed them the multi-touch, which you need to release your SDK on, by the way. So let's get that going. They're literally physically starting to tear the show apart. And so it's time for us to. I'm on here. You're good. Yeah. I'd put them over here. Going to be a lot of interesting information for sure. We're going to do some more work on the network. See if we can improve our performance and knock out those drops. They haven't been terrible. I know it's causing some buffering, but you know, we'll see if we can fix it in between now and the banquet start, and we'll go from there. Anyway, thanks everyone, appreciate it. And I'm going to shut down this stream, and we will go with the banquet here in a few hours. So I'm going to put that there, and I'm going to drop this on top. Oh, I can't do that, but I can drop this on top of this one? No. Of this? Nope. Okay. I changed those. I'll turn that off. By transition. Okay. So thank you, sponsors. This is the end of day one at